Yeah, man. Respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. You nigga on a microphone. Can't know why I sit the number for everything. Rock, you in the studio. Bomba, claro. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day. Cali with a mama soul, yeah. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, I no voy a sitio on no microphone forever never. Tell me, roll some love. I can just smoke and the light some love them. I Rastafari my life some love. I remember no fire no burn. Ribby day. I live with a farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man a farmer warrior day. Not a really thing. Oh, yeah man. Si se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, international, bomba clack you, Lego. Raw, not so really easy. No. Pure nigga on the microphone. Hey, tell us what, tell us anything. Tell if I'm a Rasta, feeling on my sin. Hey, more love. Yeah man, real bomba clock and I set the volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah man. Oh, ribby damn. Hey. La. Human attribute from Black Uhuru Ray. Hey. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé. Luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe. Viviendo el día a día, más con sentimiento que marcó mi sinfonía. Darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que sepa renacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre lo sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta hoy de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Solo más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. Es la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humo de este blon. Derramo poesía, arte me exagero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, más comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón quien dispara el arma, no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el karma. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound that removes all. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound that removes soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Wanna ganja respect from Volumen 8. My niggas on Volumen 8, this is key on the studio respect. Alright. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy killers, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Oh, la 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 la. When I got just smoking from the studio up the on. And when I can just your nigga on the floor. When I live a sound. Oh them, ah. Bye bye rhythm, bye bye sound in
Yeah, Kings, yeah. Coming straight out of the Nile, I'ma tell you about a great big liar. Yeah, Egyptians was not white. Them college niggas ain't right.
Built the pyramid.
Look at them lips, look at them hips. That booty so round, you know that girl be brown.
So you mean that we was like, whoa?
We was kings and shit, boy, you know that it is true. We was kings and shit, nigga, what you gonna do? Rams was black, Tutankhamun was black. Y'all know Cleo was black. Who made it into space? Nigga, that was the black race.
You're welcome.
They covered it up in the books. Bunch of cracker-ass crooks.
Tell it again.
You can even go out of Egypt, find out who the real chosen people. Mozart, Beethoven, King George, Vikings. They was all black.
We was kings and shit, boy, you know that it is true. We was kings and shit, nigga, what you gonna do? So what you saying is like, but what you always talk about is, do you mean that we was like, what? Her sisters, blood ran through us, the whole and battle of pressing on yours. Just remember this one little thing. We was kings and shit, but you know that it is true. We was kings and shit, nigga, what you gonna do? I don't even know what I'm saying no more, dude. Shit.
Who made it into space? Nigga, that was the black race. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate you. Hey, what's up, Juan? Anyhow, so the class is not necessarily tailored to 2849, but it's gonna get there. So I'm gonna go quick. I'm gonna go as well. Listen, family, I'm really not trying to go long on these classes, but I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It doesn't feel like it's 2-3 hours. Not for me. Maybe hold on. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? I didn't want this one back. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. What's going on? Maybe not for me. But I'm trying to get some background sound that's not so like too laid back, but not so loud. There you go. Maybe that'll work. Anyhow, not for me. What seems to be an hour feels like 20, 30 minutes, man. What seems to be 3, it doesn't even feel like 3. It's like 1.5. So I don't know, my bad. I hope well, anyways, let me try to shrink it up. So it's not necessarily the point, but it's going to get to that. Because what I'm going to show you is how our people knew Deuteronomy 28:49. And they said it. Yes, they said it. They said it. And we're going to read it today. But before we do, you know me. I like to smack some people around every now and then. Wobbles. Yeah, I'm going to give you a little bit of this today. You see, family, when you get into history, right? A lot of people want to look at, kind of like when you go to the club, when I used to be, a whoremonger and shit. Because I had game back in the day, believe it or not. I actually knew how to talk to females and shit. Anyhow, before I got married. Anyways, so, you go into the place and you look at the red one, the dress or whatever, the hot one, you know what I'm saying? The dime, whatever, however you want to see it, like when there was in that world, right? The most obvious. So obviously you go by that. Well, I don't look at the most obvious. I look at the carelessness of those historians that, if they were meaning to lie, how they careless look. Like, for example, when you investigate a murder will always leave a trail. No murder is ever perfect. You just have to find the clues. That's simple. Okay. Yeah. Hey, you know what, bro? They are too busy getting money from their gente, and that's it. That's cool though, because it's their people. Let them collect from them. What I wouldn't want is for our gente to fall for that stupidity, because it's funny how they use Kemetic history, Morris history, BHI history, and then they're the people of here. So let's kind of go about, let's say every nation has flaws. So let's look at flaws. One thing I kept seeing was like idols. You know what I mean? Idols, right? I was like, okay, well, next thing you know, I run into this interesting bug family. Check this out. Let's start with this. Isaiah 2:6. I'm going to make it very plain. Oh God, you have forsaken your people, the descendants of Jacob. Now, we know that did happen to us. However, he did not forsake us forever, okay? Remember that. That's why Revelation 13:10 is, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. That's a premio for us, family. That's like saying, hey, listen, that kid in the block always kicked your ass, but man, you're going to see him get his butt whooped. Oh God, you have forsaken your people, the descendants of Jacob. The land is full of magic. And where is this magic from? Practice from the east. How interesting is this? So practice from the east. So let's continue. From Philistia. Now, why am I making it a big deal? Because listen, man, I like to put people in their place, not because it's my business to hurt people's feelings. No. En contraire, mon frère. I'm not a bully. I hate bullies. I don't go for the I go for the underdog. So when I see my gente, and I know how my people are, the majority of us are like, you know, our parents like, no te preocupes, mijo, déjalo en paz, olvídalo. That's how we are. But that there's some of us that we don't do that. Like, what is it? Mexicano bandido, you know, like that rap song, right? Or hey homie, I'm getting tired of these vatos getting over la raza. You know what I'm saying? So for me, when I see these things, I speak up. And honestly, maybe part of it is the drive. That's the energy that gives me. Y'all give me that energy because I maybe I see the pain and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I don't know, to be quite frank with you. But we're gonna look at this book here called the History of Louisiana, or of the Western parts of Virginia and Carolina. And this is from well, let me translate that number so you guys can see. That's a really cheesy ass background music I have going on right now. It sounds like it's a freaking movie, man. What the hell, bro? 1776. Okay, so that's what it looks like from 1776 from Pays du Prato, a French guy. He talks about a lot of different things. We're just going to get to one particular section, and then I'm going to point some things out to you. Family, I've asked these wobbles left and right on TikTok. Not many, but you know. Okay, man, where's your diet? You know what I mean? Why come you don't have this delicious, nutritious, native food that we all have enjoyed forever, man? You know what I'm saying? Maize and like, you know, how come you don't have it? Even if they supposedly, we believe what you say, that they moved you Negroes out and moved us in. Well, even if they moved you out, you shouldn't lose your diet, because that's impossible, because you just got moved out. We've been moved out. I didn't stop eating tortillas, pendejo. So here's the part that I want to show you guys real quick, okay? Give me a second. I'm gonna try to hurry up. Hurry up, dog. Dog, dig, dog. Hold on a second. Here it goes. Yeah. All right, so I find this book kind of weird at the same time. You guys have seen my class where I say the Willie Lynch letter is a fraud, right? Yeah, and I'm saying it. The Willie Lynch letter is a lie. Wabo, Pan-Africanists, BHIs, you name it, you bring it. I will show you that is the biggest corruptible lie any nationality has ever came up with. I don't know how y'all cook that shit up. But anyhow, so in this, the reason I started reading this, first of all, okay, let me just kind of block this off a bit. I started reading this because somehow it was referenced in the material regarding the Willie Lynch. Don't tell me how. I don't know how. It just happens. So when you read this chapter, this guy is actually explaining to people on Wabo, Pan-Africanists, BHIs, you name it, you bring it. I will show you that is the biggest corruptible lie any nationality has ever came up with. I don't know how y'all cook that shit up. But anyhow, so in this, the reason I started reading this, first of all, okay, let me just kind of block this off a bit. I started reading this because somehow it was referenced in the material regarding the Willie Lynch. Don't tell me how. I don't know how. It just happens. So when you read this chapter, this guy is actually explaining to people on how you deal with quote unquote Negroes. Okay? Now, that's not my topic. I'm rigging the chapter up, the context of it, so you can understand The whole chapter. You can read it yourself, okay? Here, I'm going to give you the link. Y'all can read it yourself. It's on page 357 and all. You're going to find, and then after you read this chapter, grab yourself the Willie Lynch letter and then read it. And you're going to see that it almost seems like they took this letter from here. This guy. It almost seems like they took this letter from here and then they twisted it into some wicked ass shit. I'm just listen. I'm not gonna. You guys read it. That's not my point. My point is, I'm gonna slap some wobbles around right now. Hey, Tariq Nasheed, whatever your name is, right? You call me a beaner? Okay, African. Guess what? We're gonna send your ass back over there, and you know how? With facts, not with stupidity, not with talk, not with calling people names. I don't care about. I don't care about that. To me, it doesn't matter to me. Eso no me importa, cabrón. What I like is facts. So here's what I'm going to show you. This man says here, having finished my account of the natives of Louisiana, I shall conclude this treatise with some observation relating to the Negroes, who, in the lower part of the province especially, perform on all the labor of the agriculture. On the account, I have thought proper to give some instructions concerning them for the benefit of those who are inclined to settle that province. Now, again, I'm reading the chapter in its context, but I'm going to show you something extremely important, something that they cannot answer to because we don't even know what the hell that is. So when I looked it up, I'm like, wait a minute, that shit is African. So watch this. It says, the Negroes must be governed differently from Europeans. This is in 1776, okay? He had just said the natives earlier. Again, the Negroes govern differently from Europeans because they are black. And you know how Colombiano says black, like he actually enjoys that? You're weird, man. Nor because they are slaves, but because they think differently from white men. First, they imbibe a prejudice from their infancy that the white man buy them for no other purpose but to drink their blood. Oh. Which is owning to this, that when the first Negro saw the Europeans, blood, which is owning to this, that when the first Negro saw the Europeans drink claret or wine, they imagined it was blood. Oh my God. Anyhow, that's not the point. As that wine is of a deep red color, so that nothing but the actual experience of the contrary can eradicate the false opinion. But as none of those slaves who have had the experience ever returned to their own country, the same prejudice continues to subsist on the coast of Guinea, Guinea, I believe, where we purchase them. Now, again, I'm reading the chapter. I'm not neglecting what is going on in the conversation. Not at all. I know what I've said, but let's continue. Some who are strangers to the manner of thinking that prevails among the Negroes may perhaps think that the above remark is of no consequence in respect to those slaves who are already sold to the French. There have been instances, however, of bad consequence flowing from this prejudice, especially if the Negroes found no old slave in their own country upon their first survival in our colonies. Some of them have killed or drowned. Some of them have killed or drowned themselves. Several of them have deserted, which they call themselves marons, maroons, I guess, marones. All right, and all this from the apprehension that the white man were going to drink their blood. That's not the point. When they desert, they believe they can get back to their own country by going around the sea, and may live in the woods upon the fruits, which they imagine are as common everywhere as with them. Okay, here's the point. Here's the point, family. Pay attention. They are very superstitious. Now, when I read this, and I go, hey, in case I will be real, if you're still here, remember the history of Africa with Leo Africanus, okay? It says they are very superstitious and are much attached to their prejudice. Now, we know because of the what do you call it? That voodoo shit they do in Cuba. I don't know what do you call that, guys? God, man, I don't know what you call it, but it's that crap, right? So anyways, they are very superstitious and they are attached to their prejudice. And the little toys, which they call gris. And I'm like, wait a minute. What the hell is that gris? Now, I've never heard that. Not ever, not as a slang, not nothing like that. Not gris. Check this out. So they say they're not Africans. Now, brothers and sisters, gente mia, my beloved, we've never heard this word. Okay? Santeria, that's what it is, Santeria. We've never heard this word. So all of a sudden, I'm like, gris, is this even real? And guess what, family? That shit is real. That thing is real. Gris, also spelled gris, and sometimes also Gregory, whatever, is a voodoo amulet originated in West Africa.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
That's what I'm trying to tell them. So these superstitious Negroes from West Africa, these little kids who had just came from those islands, right? Who like were superstitious, new to this land, they bring something called gris. And that thing, it's voodoo amulet originating from West Africa. It's believed to protect the wearer from evil or bring luck in some West African countries. Look, there's a lot of people out there saying, as a matter of fact, there's a lot of matter of facts, but none of them are fucking facts. Why is it taking a beaner like me to simply smash and educate you Negroes like you? I don't understand why. You help me understand what is it that I'm missing. Help me understand to understand you. I don't understand. So I'm not even done yet. So then, and you look at voodoo, we know what that is. I don't even got to go there. All right? All from Africa. Okay? Now, then it says amulet or amulet. Amulet, also known as a good luck charm. Good luck charm. I'm like, wait a minute. But I know I've read that in the scriptures before. And I'm like, no. Matter of fact, I've read it in other translations because I'm used to the King James translation. So let's read this. Deuteronomy 18:9. when you come into the land that the Lord your God is giving you, remember who was there? Canaan. Remember, Canaan was there. And he wasn't supposed to be there. Clearly, Jubilees is written stating they went to a land that they weren't supposed to be in because of a seditious spirit that they carry. When you come into the land that the Lord your God is giving you, don't follow the disgusting practices of the nations that are there. Don't sacrifice your children in the fires of your altars, which is like Moloch or abortion. Don't let your people practice divinations or look for omens or spells or charms. Where? In the land of Canaan. He said, don't do what those people do. Don't do what those people do. He says they're very superstitious and are much attracted. And are much attracted to their prejudice. And the little toys, which they call gris, it would be improper, therefore, to take them from them or even speak of them to them, for they would believe themselves undone if they were stripped of those trinkets. So I'm like, trinkets. Man, it just got even better. So I'm thinking, well, trinkets, lucky charms, right? Lucky charms are also trinkets. Exactly what they are, family. Lucky charms, trinkets. They're trinkets. They watch over you like rabbit's foot. You know, all of that shit right there. I'm not making this up. This is look, listen, if this was our custom, wear it loud and proud, damn it. But don't say that you're somebody you're not. Don't do that. That's how you spell trinkets, I think. Unless I'm spelling it wrong. Like that. These little things. Hold on, man. Get out of the way, dude. These little things right here. These little bracelets. These little things that kids use, you know, to put together. Me personally, when I look at this and you look at that, how can you explain this to us? If you say you're not African, if you said that you're not from here, why would they even put this in here in the first place? It wouldn't make no sense unless it was very true. So now, me going by what I read, and I'm like, wait a minute. Let me see something else. So I remember there's some precepts I have done. Micah 5:12 says the same thing. I will destroy the magic charms you use and leave you without any fortune tellers. That was not our custom, or else the Most High wouldn't have told us that. Very clear. Before I move on to the next one, to another example, because I found the fourth book already to prove a point. To prove a point. Nahum 3:1. Dome is the lying, murderous city. Here, let me read it this way. Woe to the bloody city. It is full of lies and robbery. The prey departed not. The noise of a whip, the noise of the rattling of the wheels, and of the prancing horses, and of the jumping chariots. We know how they came in. The horseman lifted up both the bright sword and the glittering spear. And there is a multitude of slain, and a great number of carcasses, and there is none end of their corpse. They stumble upon their corpses. Check this out. Because of the multitude of the whoredoms of the well-favored harlot, the mistress of witchcraft, that selleth nations through her whoredoms, and families through her witchcraft. Now, when you read it this way, you see how it says Nineveh, the whore, is being punished, attractive and full of deadly charms. Deadly charms again. This is not something to just ignore, family. I'm not. Oh, here, check this out. More proof that they're not from this land. More proof. I'll give you more proof. So we're going to go into this book here real quick. Give you the link. Because, you know, I'm not like Culomiados that shows you little pieces of pictures and then tells you like, hey, look, you see this? He's black. You gay fool. We're going to read the history of the conquest of Mexico, with the preliminary view of the ancient civilization of the life of the conqueror Hernan Cortés, William Prescott. What number is that? Oh, it's not translated properly. You guys figure it out. Volume 2. We're going to go to... Hold on. I know where I'm going to go. Hold on a second. Give me a second. We're going to get to the point on this one so we can move on. We can move on. I'm not going to lie to you, family. I really hope you guys like what I'm going to show you soon. I really do. Man, there's nothing like showing you guys facts and saying hate, man. This is just real talk, you know? It's like they said, this ain't hate, bro. It's just real talk, man. We ain't the same people, bro. Just stop it. You know what I'm saying? And you're not from this continent. And a lot of you are not native people of the Bible. You're not people of the book. You're just not. Don't be offended, man. Just deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Just repent. Maybe the Most High may actually look upon you. But don't put yourself about the people that should be there. Let's read. Page 272. Again, this is just facts. On the bottom part of page 272, residents in Mexico, you guys be the judge. It says, the visit of Narvaez left melancholy traces among the natives. Our people. Grandpa, abuelo, abuela, tus tíos, tus tías, you know, people that look around you. Look around. Look at your pictures. Remember quinceañeras, also weddings. When you grew up, played with your friends, next door neighbors. The gente that speaks Spanish or that calls them Chicanos or Mexicans or Hispanic Mexican Americans or paisas or Southsiders, Norteños, whatever. All of us is this right here. Melancholy traces among the natives that made it long remembered. A Negro, I repeat, not a white man, not an Asian man, not an Arab man, not Wuhan, a Negro in his suit brought with him the smallpox. Bastard had a suit too, by the way. Imagine that. The disease spread rapidly in that quarter of the country, and great numbers of Indian populations soon fell victims to it. So now, so-called Africans of West Side who are living an American experience, explain this to me. Do we get reparations for this shit? Can't imagine you're going to say, yeah. Hey, BHI, how come you guys don't teach this? Why is this so complicated? Is this affecting your pocket or is it affecting your spirit? Which one is it? I would rather it affect my spirit than my pocket. Because you ain't going to take that shit when you, like, remember the scripture said, man, be afraid of the one that destroys your spirit and your flesh. Page 234. Again, saying hate. It's just facts. It was with no little regret that the general learned at this time the death of his good friend Meshiacha, the old lord Tlaxcala, the old lord of Tlaxcala, who had stood by him so steadily in the hour of adversity. He had fallen a victim to the terrible epidemic, the smallpox, which was now sweeping over the land like fire over the prairies, smiting down prince and peasants. Remember, it should not. Remember, the scriptures talked about this. It literally talked about it. In verse Deuteronomy 28, verse 25. Let me read it. Deuteronomy 28, 25. Watch this real quick. And the Lord will give your enemies victory over you. I'm sorry, no, I don't like that translation. Get over here. 28, 25. It says here, Deuteronomy 28, 25. The Lord shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them and flee 7 ways before them. You want to know why? You want to know why? Because the leader's the first one that left. They couldn't handle this family. You see destruction and people dying all around you, bro. It says here, over the prairie, smitten down the prince and the peasants, and adding another to the long train of wolves that followed the march of the white man. It was imported into the country. It is said by a Negro slave in the fleet of Narvaez. It first broke out in Zampoala. The poor natives, ignorant of the best mode of treating the loathsome disorder, sought relief in their usual practice of bathing in cold water, which greatly aggravated their trouble because others jumped in the water. From Zampoala, it spread rapidly over the neighboring countries, and penetrating through Tlaxcala, reached the Aztec capital, where Moctezuma's successor, Cuitlahua, fell one of his first victims. Hence, it swept down towards the borders of the Pacific, leaving its path down the dead bodies of the natives, who, in strong language of a contemporary, perish in heaps like cattle stricken with murrains. It does not seem to have been fatal to the Spaniard, many of whom probably had already had the disorder, and who were, at all events, acquainted with the proper method of treating it. Explain this to me, Wobbles. I'll read it in Spanish. La primera fue de viruela y comenzó de esta manera. Siendo capitán el gobernador Hernando Cortés al tiempo del capitán Pánfilo de Narváez, who was black, also African, desembarcó en esta tierra, which is why, and that's like, okay, well, yeah, but I bet you other Africans died. No, dumbass. Pánfilo was an African and he didn't die. We did. And last time I checked, let me finish. Desembarcó en esta tierra, en uno de sus navios vino un negro herido de viruela, la cual enfermedad nunca en esta tierra se había visto, y esa sazón o razón estaba esta Nueva España en extremo muy lleno de gente. It was just full of people. Nobody could handle it. Let's see here. It says here, eran tantos los difuntos que morían de aquella enfermedad que no había quien los enterrase, por lo cual en México los echaban en las acequias, porque entonces había muy grande copia de aguas y era muy grande hedor el que salía de los cuerpos muertos. Damn, they just threw them in the rivers. That's wow, bro. So I never heard of black people diminishing when they came here, nor did I ever hear of that happening to you guys. Nor BHI can explain that happened to you either. Verse 27 says the same thing. The Lord shall smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emerods, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. Verse 35. The Lord shall smite thee in the knees, and in the legs, and with the sore botch of Egypt that cannot be healed, from the sole of thy foot unto the top of thy head. Verse 46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. When did this happen to you, BHIs? Or Wabos? Did you say you're from here? I mean, what did you guys die and then we replenished you? And then you multiplied again? Where's that story? BHIs, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 verses. Now, and you can't use the 12-type chart here. So when did Africans come here and die of smallpox? Verse 59, then the Lord will make thy plagues wonderful, and thy plagues of thy seed, ever even great plagues, and of long continuance, and sore sickness, and of long continuance. Moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt, which thou was afraid of, and they shall cleave unto thee. Listen, you guys that are teaching that 12-type chart, you cannot pick and choose curses. You got to fit them all. Every single one of them. There's nobody that fits them all. There's only one nation of people that fits these completely. Again, explain this to me. Greece. That's a new one. I didn't know that one. That's a new one for me. That's a new one for me. So just like, we're tossing that stupid chart out there, I'm glad that people are starting to. I showed you guys this video last time. I think it's important to see it again. We're tossing this stuff too.
Going viral after completely destroying a Virgen de Guadalupe statue and also a Santa Muerte one during his church service. And it was all live streamed. I have the video to show it to you. The pastor's name is Kevin Nguyen, and he's a pastor in Tamaulipas, Mexico at Monte de Sion.
Now, I don't care if he looks like a demon, quite frankly. I'm glad that he did what he did, because our people need to see that. At least it was by someone else. Hey, remember the class? Sometimes the ravens feed you.
Own church. But his sermon was about the second commandment in the Bible. You shall not make idols. That's whenever he grabbed this giant hammer and started doing this to the Virgen de Guadalupe statue. And the cheers soon erupted, but just when everybody thought he was done, he grabbed the hammer again, and got the Santa Muerte statue and started doing this to it.
A destruir.
He was saying that the Santa Muerte is not biblical at all. He was saying to seek Jesus Christ instead. And he also added on by saying that most Catholics have a relationship with the Virgen de Guadalupe, but they don't actually have a relationship with Jesus. He said, again, to seek Jesus. And some said that this was blasphemous, but other people were...
Nah, it ain't blasphemous, man. It's true. It's the damn statue. Check this out. Again, this is what we were used to listening to when we did not know, or when we were told that all we were was just a bunch of beaners, savages, and that the white man civilized us. So we didn't know any better. Deuteronomy 28:44-46 speaks of this, that another nation would be above you very high, and thou shalt come down very low. Remember that scripture. Let's go.
Rich off of you poor people.
Self-handle about that chicken.
Counter-protests were organized. Caesar was accused of being an outside agitator, a troublemaker, and a communist.
They want to carry their lousy red flag. Look at little Caesar. Caesar, you smell it. Why don't we have an election? And if you guys win, that means all these people will become new members. Because you boycotted them. Don't you believe in democracy? Then why don't you let us have an election? Are you against elections? You know, if we're going to have an election, we're going to be here for 10 years. You're not going to be here 10 years. 30 years, 5 years. We're not going to go. Now, we have an election today, 10 o'clock in the morning. By 1 minute for 10, we get out of here. You can have all of them. You can have all these guys who are workers, part of the Teamsters. We win the election, you guys take off. Is that fair? Okay, that's all we want. Look.
Se visten los campos en la primavera. De colores son los pajarillos que vienen de afuera. De colores es el arco iris que vemos lucir. Y por eso los grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí. Y por eso los grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí.
We must respect all life without exceptions.
Canta el gallo con el kirikiri, kiri, kiri, kiri. Las gallinas con el cara, 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 cara. Los polluelos con el pío, 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 pío. Y por eso los grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí. Y por eso los grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí.
Now, why do you think I play these things for y'all, man? I'm going to tell you why I play them for you guys. I'm going to chill out for just a little bit. I play it for you guys because when I'm going to tell you the experience that I felt when I went into these rooms. I'll just summarize it like this. I went in the room asking God to cleanse my ways. I found myself in these rooms being told not even to cleanse my ways, but forget about my cultura. I battled with that so many years. When I came to this country, I was very proud of where I was from. But then I was reminded that I was only a beaner. When I recovered, strengthened myself, became a man, went into these rooms again, and somehow, some way, I felt the same fucking child feeling. Like the first time a white kid told me or called me a beaner. And I was like, why am I still ashamed of my cultura? And then when I started reading our history, and I see that who we are, I need to remind you to love who you are. This is who we are. There's no changing it. But remember, family, this is not the only thing about us. We're just getting started. Now, one thing I want to tell you is, if they say that we are supposedly not from this continent, why the hell then not stop this abortion? I mean, why the hell not stop this deportation? If they really want to get one over you, Negroes, why are they coming after us?
Up against Senate Bill 4, we'll just hear it straight from someone who fought against it for hours on the Texas House floor, Representative Victoria Nieve Criado.
SB 4 robs 10 years from the lives of Texans for this offense. And under this legislation, the families would be criminalized and lose a decade of their lives to incarceration as punishment for caring for undocumented aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces, or nephews. A decade of their lives driving family members to the grocery store, to the doctor, to the church or school. A decade of our lives for simply living our lives. The heartless consequences of forcing families apart will ripple throughout our state.
Now, these are genuine concerns from a Latina attorney who, as a representative, has had to fight anti-immigrant bills every single year. SB4 is just awful for Texas, and shame on those who supported it in both the Texas House and the Texas Senate.
Who were white and black, by the way. And just like this lady fights for our people, y'all need to start fighting for your heritage. I know you got a bunch of damn wobbles here doing stupid videos. You know, yeah. Let them paint the videos, man. Let them paint the pictures. When you start reading your history, you're like, man, they ain't got shit. They ain't got nothing. Why do you think they don't come to this channel? I'm not special. I'm nobody. They could come here and embarrass me if they really thought they could. But they don't have any angle. So listen to this short video real quick. Pay attention to the name, and I'm going to show you some things. Let's go.
For 500 years, we were told this was the sun, Tonatiuh. And we liked that idea, so we consider ourselves children of the sun. We thought that was pretty nice. However, the fact that the sun appeared to be bloodthirsty and wanting your blood, that was not very nice. So we had to say, well, that's Tonatiuh, and he gives us light and warmth like a good father. So it didn't make sense that he would also want to eat us up while he's giving us that light and warmth like a good father. It was a few years back that our grandfathers told us where the sun was hidden on this calendar system. In the 70s, two anthropologists came out with the information that this was not the face of the sun, but of the earth. Even though that information has come out, has been published in many books as well, like I said, even today they still call it the sun god. So we're very interested in pointing out who this really is, Tlaloc. So a few years back,
Tlaloc, okay? Remember, but he also said another name. Hold on.
our grandfathers tell us the sun is here, but the sun is hidden. It is hidden for those who don't want to see it. They can't see it. But I believe you want to see it. So the sun is hidden right here. And this beak, this is the beak of an eagle. These are the claws of the eagle. The claws of the eagle. And these are the tail feathers of the eagle. So if you were to cover up this image right here, you would have an image, symbolically, image of the eagle with his wings outspread and his claws and his tail feathers. That is the sun. Superimposed over the shape of a butterfly. And they are both superimposed over the face of the earth. So that is a very, very special and important astronomical event that takes place every year without fail on July 26th. So on July 26th, the sun is directly above Mexico City, Mexico Tenochtitlan, in the zenith every year without fail. For 500 years, we were told this was the sun.
Pay attention once more, okay?
Tonatiuh.
He calls him Tonatiuh, I think. Tonatiuh, right? Okay. But then he says another name. So he identifies Tonatiuh, I think he mentions, as the All-Father. Okay? All right, we're going to go back to this book here. The 10 Tribes. Okay? For Barbara Simmons. Let me see what year that is. it doesn't want to. Anyways, all right. So he says, here, let me. Can I? I can't rewind it, can I? Okay, let me just go. Let me just read it. Okay, so he said here. I'm gonna read these to you, and then you'll see. Go to page 55 first. This is your history, family. Don't let nobody take it from you. Nobody. Page 55 says, Tonakateutli. Tonakateutli. Okay? Remember, names have changed. But he says Tonakateutli was believed by the Mexicans to reside in the gardens of Tonacuatatitlan. He was the father of Quetzalcoatl. You see? So he wasn't, they understood that Quetzalcoatl wasn't the God. He had a father. But check this out. Page 51 now. He also calls the image in the center, the face, Tlalocatli, I think he calls it. Well, I also find this very interesting. It's called Tlalocatli, Master of Paradise, which is referring to, well, I'll read it. Is another title. And Quetzalcoatl, whom they believe to have partaken of the divine and the human nature of the purpose of the redeeming, whatever had become the prey of transgression or death to the first introduction of evil, is precisely characterized as the Messiah of Moses or prophet. Not only did the Mexicans believe in the incarnation of the eternal word, John 1:1. Or did you guys know that? Or did you not know that? John 1:1 says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So our gente understood that Quetzalcoatl's father that Quetzalcoatl had a father, and that he was his Word. Then it says, not only did the Mexicans believe in the incarnation of the eternal Word, and that redemption, which should be the result of his obedience unto death as the second Adam. Let's listen again.
We like that idea, so we consider ourselves children of the sun. We thought that was pretty nice. However, the fact that the sun appeared to be bloodthirsty and wanting your blood, that was not very nice. So we had to say, well, that's Tonatio, and he gives us.
See, Tonatlio, he called him. Okay, Tonatlio is not exactly the same. But again, Tonacatutli, Tonacatuictli, Tonatlio, Ometecuitli, but it's not Quetzalcoatl. So there's a difference between these two people, entities, so to speak. Let's continue.
Light and warmth like a good father. So it didn't make sense that he would also want to eat us up while he's giving us that light and warmth like a good father. It was a few years back that our grandfathers told us where the sun was hidden on this calendar system. In the 70s, two anthropologists came out with the information that this was not the face of the sun, but of the earth. Even though that information has come out, has been published in many books as well, like I said, even today they still call it the sun god. So we're very interested in pointing out who this really is, Tlaltecutli.
Tlaltecutli, right? Can't say it exactly like him. Tlaltecutli, and it says here, Tlalocaltutli. Oh, wow. Don't let nobody take your heritage, family. Send them wobbles to hell. Them stupid ass yayas. They don't know what they're talking about, man. Hey, bring them over here. What's wrong with you guys, man? Not my people. Just, these strangers. These strangers. Here, let me see. Hold on. I don't want to miss something here. Let me see. Oh, let me go up here. Hold on a second, family. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. Let's just get there real quick. Come on, bro. Okay, so we at 51. Let's see, 52. Yeah. So we read 51. All right. So now check this out, family. Check this out. On the part on the bottom, it says here, this right here. Jehovah had sworn and will not repent. Thou art a priest of Melchizedek, the order of Melchizedek. They're referencing who this man is. Now, check this out on page 52. It even gets more interesting, and I didn't think I shared it with y'all yesterday, but from here, and then we're going to read it to here. It says, it was the opinion of some Spanish writers that Quetzalcoatl received the title of Huitzilopochtli from the belief that he ascended into heaven. They also thought that because Tonacatuitli is compounded of the word signifying precious and left hand, that therefore it was at the left hand of Tonacatuitli that he was seated. But this is drawing inference from the arbitrary analogy in contradiction to the established national usage. For the right hand of the Incas and the king of Peru and Mexico was esteemed the place of honor. Honor. Let's continue. Just going to give you some real quick shots. I told you guys what book this is. I would highly suggest to read through it. Okay? Highly suggest. Now, let me show you this real quick. Remember they talked about the sun? All right. Well, the Father, the great light, the Son of the great light, the brother of the great light, to whom of the moon might have been dedicated, as the sun seems to have been to the first. So when people come here, that they're not our people, they're not spiritual, they don't know what they're talking about, they have no clue who we are, they just want to make shit up. Oh, it's because they're worshiping the sun. Yet we understood that this man was crucified for the sins of mankind. I mean, and then it gets even more interesting because it's not just the meaning, it's also the pronunciation. Okay? The pronunciation. Remember I told you guys Yao. And remember I said that these people, these wobbles or BHIs, they love to use Diodorus Siculus. Well, Diodorus Siculus is an ancient historian, okay? And he says this in his section 1.94.1. He says that, and among the Jews, Moses referred his laws to the God who is invoked as Yao. So the God of the Jews is considered Yao, and our people call our father or our creator Yao. Huh? What you want me to tell you? I'm just saying. Yoa. Check this out. This gets even more interesting. Look at this. Garcia says that Chiapanis, the chief and men of the rank of Chiapa, called the Father Icona, the son of Vaca, and the Holy Spirit, this Holy Spirit, Es Ruach. Es Ruach. Well, let me just show you. Holy Spirit. That's not difficult. Right here. Check this out. Exodus 35:21, right? Now, come on. Holy Spirit, man. Oh, here it goes. Psalms 51:11. You see that, family? Cast me not away from your presence and take not your Ruach HaKodesh from me. And it says here, the Holy Spirit is what? Ruach. So I'm going to translate it to this right here so you can see it. Look. I'll show you. Take not thy Holy Spirit from me. Come on, man. Come on, son. This is getting good. It's getting good. I mean, I don't know about you. Nehemiah, let me get that for you, bro. Let me get that for you, real bro. Nehemiah 4:14, it reads, and I looked and rose up and said unto the nobles and to the rulers and to the rest of the people, be not afraid of them. Damn it. Now, that's good, bro. Ah. Remember the Lord, which is great and terrible, and fight for your brethren, your sons and your daughters and your wives and your houses. Your heritage, for God's sakes, man. What's wrong with you guys? Wake the hell up. Check this out. Let's see. It says here on page 60, this God was named by the Mexicans Yoa, right? And the smoking mirror in his foot reminds us of the prophet description of Jehovah. Interesting. Isn't it interesting? I think so. So now, remember the scripture that says, here, I'll read it for you. I read it for you. Pang days. Deuteronomy 32:7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee. Thy elders, and they will tell thee. You know what that means? Listen to their pain. You might actually learn something. For once, damn it.
Allow us to make our own choices about different things. Boarding schools, they actually took children away from their parents to change them. They wanted to wipe my people off the face of the earth. And they say that. The leaders then, that's what they wanted to do. They say that we were savages, but we had our own culture. We had our own way of doing things, which was very, very lenient in a way. We didn't always fight. To us, fighting was like a game. It was what you could do. You could sneak into a village and steal horses and get away and not get caught. That was almost a playful thing. That was the way that we did things. They said we were savages, had no religion, heathens. If we were the way that they say we were, we could easily kill Columbus when he discovered this country. What he had not over 35 men on aboard ship, but we welcomed him here. We fed him.
Facts.
Give them water.
Facts.
Give them a place to stay.
Facts.
Taught them a little bit about this country.
Facts.
But that's not mentioned. We didn't kill people purposely. They talk about us scalping. That was the Caucasians' way of doing things.
You listen to that Candace Owens?
They scalped my people because they could get money for it, a bounty. $100 for a Braves scalp, $50 for a woman's scalp, $25 for a young person. We didn't start scalping, but they put that blame on us. They say that we broke treaties. We didn't break no treaties because we made them under the pretense of having our Creator to listen in, to know what was happening. That's why we smoked the pipe. They call it the peace pipe. When we pray to our Creator in a very special way, we smoke a pipe. We don't inhale the tobacco. The prayers that we want to be heard are in that smoke, and when they rise, they go to the Creator. That's why tobacco is a sacred herb among my people.
You hear that, Candace Owens? You dumb. I won't say that. All right, let's continue.
And What Is It the Chicanos Want? By Ruben Salazar. A Chicano is a Mexican American with a non-Anglo image of himself. He resents being told Columbus discovered America when the Chicanos' ancestors, the Mayans and the Aztecs, founded highly sophisticated civilizations centuries before Spain financed the Italian explorers' trip to the New World. Chicanos resent also Anglo pronouncements that Chicanos are culturally deprived, or the fact that they speak Spanish is a problem. Chicanos will tell you that their culture predates that of the Pilgrims, and that Spanish was spoken in America before English, and so the problem is not theirs, but the Anglos who don't speak Spanish. Having told you that, the Chicano will then contend that Anglos are Spanish-oriented at the expense of Mexicans. They will complain that when the governor dresses up as a Spanish nobleman for the Santa Barbara fiesta, he's insulting Mexicans because the Spanish conquered and exploited the Mexicans. It's as if the governor dressed like an English redcoat for a 4th of July parade, Chicanos say. What then is a Chicano? Chicanos say that if you have to ask, you'll never understand, much less become a Chicano. Actually, the word Chicano is as difficult to define as soul. For those who like simplistic answers, Chicano can be defined as short for Mexicano. Such explanations, however, tend to miss the whole point as to why Mexican-American activists call themselves Chicanos. Mexican Americans, the second largest minority in the country and the largest in the southwestern states, have always had difficulty making up their minds what to call themselves. In New Mexico, they call themselves Spanish Americans. In other parts of the Southwest, they call themselves Americans of Mexican descent, people with Spanish surnames, or Hispanos. Why, ask some Mexican Americans, can't we just call ourselves Americans? Chicanos are trying to explain why not. Mexican Americans, though indigenous to the Southwest, are in the lowest rung scholastically, economically, socially, and politically. Chicanos feel cheated. They want to effect change. Now.
Oh yeah, thank you. Appreciate you. That's good. I wasn't saying nothing. We're gonna get to page 84. This is a book written in 1823 by what's his name? Ethan Smith, I think. We're gonna run through this real quick. I just want to make some points. Now, you guys know who James Adair is, right? You know, the guy that actually hung out with the natives, who wrote in the very first pages that the natives have thin hair and thin lips, and they come with all kinds of complexions and all kinds of colors and straight hair and all that. There's no Afro puff. There's no rough and puff Afro stuff. Nothing like that. You know what I mean? They don't say gris gris. You know, they don't worship idols like, you know what I mean, like Druidism or nothing like that. No. Page 84 says, here are the evidence of the two great and good men most earnestly uniting the leading facts stated by Mr. Adair. The character of Mr. Boudinot, whom was the who was for some time president of the American Bible Society, is well known. He was satisfied with the truth of Mr. Adair. You see this? These are educated people, not black folks that have no education, failed, probably had like a 2.5 GPA in college, has no business, doesn't run their own business, but profits of people online. Just saying. I'm just saying. It is well known, he says, he was satisfied with the truth of Mr. Adair history and that the natives of our land are the Hebrews, the 10 tribes. 3 people. Now it says, and he hence published his Star in the West. Okay? From various authors and travelers. Among the Indians, the fact that the American Indians are the 10 tribes of Israel will be attempted to be proved by the following arguments. We read them before. The American natives have one origin. That language appears to have been Hebrew. They have been there. They have had their imitation of the Ark of the Covenant in ancient Egypt. You guys know most of these things. They acknowledge one God, only one God. Candace, hey, West African wannabe white girl. Here it says that we acknowledge one God, like Christianity. But you said we were eating each other. But yet black people are still eating each other in Africa. But you say, oh, and then you said that we'd like to smoke the pipe, like to get high. You know, the older brother, our elder brother here, he explained to you what that means. You're an Ivy League student. At least that's what I think. But you sound so stupid. I didn't go that far to school. But I have at least 1% of a brain, which means you got nothing. The celebrated William Penn gives account of the natives of Pennsylvania, which go to corroborate the same point. They're having a tribe answering in various respects to the tribe of Levi. Sheds further light on the subject. You Negroes that are wanting to be Judites, you are not Judites, okay? You are West African Canaanites. A sprinkle of maybe, you know, Cushites. But you're actually seeing the awakening of the true Southern Kingdom. I know that's a hard pill to swallow, and you think that it's about might and 7-foot tall Afro-looking puffs. It's not. It's actually not. Because my little old me, you mofos can't even hit the link and tell me I'm wrong. Wait till our other brothers start waking up. I'm just the beginning. Several prophetic traits of the character given to the Hebrews do accurately apply to the Aborigines of America. The Indians begin in tribes with their heads, and their names of tribes afford further light upon the subject. We kind of know these things. We know this. We don't have to go that deep into this stuff. Okay. Let me show some stuff to you. I'm going to go to page 88. It says here, the people, men and women, although there are such a multitude of tribes or nations in such diversities of climate, appear them nevertheless like the children of one father and mother. We read that already. I mean, we read it in other classes, but matter of fact, I'll show you again later. Let me remind. Hold on, let me write down. Give me a second. Maybe I'll remember. Hopefully I'll remember. Anyways, it says here, he had a great acquaintance with the Indians of South America and in some parts of North America. Speaking of the Indians of Cape Breton in the latter, he declared that to them to be the same people with the Indians of Peru. If we have seen one American, he said, we may be said to have seen them all. When you see one beaner, you see another one. This remarks do not apply to all the people of the northern extremities of America. The Eskimo natives appear to be a different race of men. Very true. But I'm not going to hate on them because we never had issues with them. So they were the strangers that came with us. Fine. I have no qualms with them. This race are found in Labrador, meaning like upper lands, you know what I'm saying, up north. Okay, so now, let's skip this real quick. Let's show you some stuff. We're gonna go back now. We're gonna get really intense here. Go to page 147. I'm sorry, page 47. Certain restorations of Judah and Israel. This is why they want to be you, because they realize who the real Judites are. It ain't no Negroes. I'll tell you that right now. You can come here. You can come get it if you want. The subject of this chapter is introduced with the concise view of the expulsion of the 10 tribes of Israel from the Promised Land. The 10 tribes revolted from the house of David, early the reign of Rehoboam, son and successor of King Solomon. They received from this young prince treatment, which was considered impolitic and rough, upon which they separated themselves from the branch of the house of Israel, who from that time have been distinguished by the name of the Jews. So we know this too, right? We understand. This is not confusing. Okay, so now check this out. Bring you back. There's a reason why I showed you that page. I'm just setting it up. Hold your horses. Hold on. Am I on the right page? There it goes. Right here. There it goes. Right there. Let's see where that goes. Is this what I'm looking for? 94. Oh, wrong. Hello, dummy. Okay, here we go. Let's see. There it goes. Listen to this real quick, okay? The American Indians have practiced circumcision. Dr. Beauty in the Journal of the Visit to the Indians in Ohio, between 50 and 60 years ago, said an old Indian informed him that an old uncle of his, who had died about the year 1728, related to him several customs of former times among the Indians, and among the rest, that circumcision was long ago practiced among them, but that the young men made a mock of it, and it fell into this dispute and was discontinued. Now you know what's going on, family. Now do you understand? So now check this out. We're going to go back to this other book. I'm going to take you somewhere else now. Page. I'm sorry. There it goes, right here. Migration, page 47. It says here, the name of the chief who conducted the people was Messi, from whence the proper name of Meshiacha derived. Okay? Now you're thinking, okay, well, what's the big deal? What's the big deal? It is a big deal. It is a very big deal. When you consider how everything is pointing out to traces of places that we came from, concepts that it's like this, family. You know how wobbles are using like, oh, could that be us, or is it possible? And I mean, it said it. Well, we're not even there. We are there. We're in the house. They're looking in our home through the mirror, through the glass. And we're in our house. And we're looking at them like, bro, like, I mean, what is our shit that good? And they're like, you don't even understand. And you dumbass paisas like, pásame la tortilla, güey. That's what's going on. You have no clue how valuable your history has been. People have been fighting for your history for centuries, family.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
It says here, how it has been the wish of the devil to substitute himself in the place of God by taking a chosen people, which he constituted in the Mexicans. A chosen people. Really? You don't say. I'm a chosen people? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Nobody told me I was chosen. I thought I was just a beaner speaking wetback. I thought that's all I was. Isn't that what we were told? All right, well, guess what? Now let's go some further stuff. Check this out. I'll show you something real quick. Go to page 94. And we're just getting, we're almost done, family. We're not getting just started. I'm kidding. You know how I say I'm almost done? Yeah, right. No, I'm kidding. I won't be taking too long. Let me go to this page here real quick. Give me a second. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong page. Nah, I'll show you like that another time. Let me get to page 94 real quick. All right. Check this out. The priests are constantly named Levites by Acosta. Now, you see how they're referencing Southern Kingdom constantly, keeping the Levitical laws, the promise to them? Or is that? Are you guys too embarrassed to like take your heritage back? Is it too much to ask for? For real? Here. Let me slow you down a bit. Let's go to page 61. I'll show you something so you can see what I'm talking about. Clearly you're just too embarrassed or shy or scared. One of the three. Family. If you just knew. All right, so check this out. We're gonna read this page here, and this is hopefully gonna help you understand a little bit more about your value. So you have value. In my eyes, you guys have value. Other people don't see it, but I see it because you guys have value. So on the bottom, we talk about chosen people. The notion of Tezcatlipoca, protecting the people beneath his wing, which metaphor was employed by the ancient Mexicans, who emphatically styled themselves his people. Now check this out. It gets even better. Check this out. It says here, the Mexican oath as follows: I swear by the sun and by the existence of our sovereign mother earth, that nothing which I affirm is false. And in the confirmation of my oath, I partake in this earth. The adoration of Moses is analogous. I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day. This day. Now you're thinking, well, does that really matter? Hell yeah, it matters. Damn right it freaking matters. Check this out. God promised to Judah, this is page 63. God promised to Jeremiah. Who did Jeremiah preach to?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Jeremiah preached to Judah. You know, the worshiping people that love the Queen of Heaven? Judites love the Queen of Heaven. Y'all can't get over her. I don't know why. And who worships the Queen of Heaven? God's promise to Jeremiah, thou shalt be as my mouth, was known to the Mexicans. Since the newly elected king of Mexico, or Mexico, in a prayer of thanksgiving to Tezcatlipoca, there emphatically says of kings in general, they are thine instrument and thine image to thy govern thy kingdom. Thou being in them and speaking their mouth, they declaring thy words. If that doesn't sound like the Bible, I don't know what that is. No, but it's not even over yet. Not even over. Remember Yao? We see it again. Yahoo, Yao, or IAO. Listen, family, please take your position back where you belong, okay? Stop being afraid. All right? These guys ain't shit. Get our land back. That means your mind back, your heritage back. That's what we're here for. Get our shit back. Wake the hell up. Stop being afraid. You guys are the head. You understand now? So it's you that needs to show the example. Dr. Boudinot, in his Star in the West, observes of the same dictionary, traditionary root of or branch. The Indians have an old tradition that when they left their own lane of land, they brought with them a sanctified rod by order of the oracle, which they fixed every morning in the ground and were to remove from place to place to the continent till it blossomed in one night. Check this out. Page, what is it? 65. For the sake of time, watch what it says. Emperor Charles V, or Carlos V, like the chocolate, of his solemn entrance of Cholula, which he calls the holy city of the Mexicans.
Who are you?
The holy city of the Mexicans. Oh man, you're gonna like this one. Stop being afraid, my beloved. Stop, man. You're for real, bro. Like, you guys need to stop. Stop. And whatever mistakes you guys did, whatever piece of shit man you were, you know, if you didn't take care of your wife or your kids, or you know, like you're a part-time dad. Hey, it is what it is. Get over it. Repent and get your mind right. That's what you got to do. Maybe the Most High might actually give your family back. All right? So stop with the BS, man. He's asking for you to repent, come back to his laws, his ways, cleanse your spirit, watch your mind, guard your spirit, and watch your thoughts. Quetzalcoatl, which was an example on how we're supposed to conduct ourselves, is there painted in the attitude of a person crucified, with the impression of the nails in his hand and his feet, but not actual upon a cross, and with the image of death beneath his feet, with an angry serpent seems threatening to devour. Check this out. Page 68. Here's where it gets good. The Mexicans expect that Quetzalcoatl shall prepare the way for Tlaloc, as for the adamant that shall fall from heaven, and produce a new race of heroes. So when I say this whole imaginary shit, like you're gonna fly in the sky, no, family. It's not carnal like that. Well, these things happen to have power, yeah, but it's not like that. The Mexican paintings afford some representation of this flint called Acosta thunderbolt, given as it were the birth of children. So we are seeing a thunderbolt right now. And somebody had to start this shit. Someone had to be the example. As you can see, family, there's nothing to be afraid of. The Most High made your mind strong like them. Stronger than theirs. Much intelligent, much more smarter than theirs. You're just afraid. You just got fear. That's your problem. Do you not see how great we are in boxing? Does that not tell you enough? I'll tell you this, I'll be real with you. If it wasn't for our gente, negros would be dominating boxing. That's why they hate your asses. Check this out. The Mexicans say they believe that the Tlaloc was the secretary of God, who in his name wrote his laws amid lightning and published them in thunder. Quetzalcoatl was also represented by the figure of Halocatcotl, which signifies lion of humankind. Gotcha, bitch. He named you after him. He is a lion of a humankind. Who works harder than you? Who has handled all kinds of shit more than us? Who goes home, comes to family, takes care of them, and still does it to this day? After so many centuries of battling against oppression, psychological, spiritual, economical, we still have the spirit of kindness. A lion protects his family and looks out for everybody else. I don't see none of them doing that for their own family, let alone for you. Another analogy extends to all the symbols mentioned above might be pointed out between the types of referring in the Old Testament to the Christ. To the Christ. Check this out. Page 23. Let's see if I can find it. Here it goes, right here. This right here, if this doesn't convince you, I don't know what does. It says here, the dispersed of Judah have only enjoyed for 18 centuries a tolerated existence among the hostile and adverse interests of the kingdoms of the world. The representatives of this kingdom exercised the same dominion as soon as the outcasts of Israel were discovered. But even admitting the summit of splendor to which the Mexican and Peruvian empires had attained in the late period of history, especially under Moctezuma and Huay Capac, they never forgot that they were in the kind of adversary or adversity and disgrace which is incident on banishment under the circumstances. Therefore, the scripture's veracity of their being in the state of exile, a proverb and a byword of reproach. The receiver, not the giver. The ruled, not the ruler. It is not least impugned by the discovery of the seclusion of the Lord's banished. You see this? The prophecy seems to be accomplished respecting them.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm not come to destroy, but to fulfill. Isaiah chapter 43, verse 4, since thou wast precious in my sight, thou hast been honorable, and I have loved thee. Therefore will I give men for thee and people for thy life. Thank you, Father, man. All glory for the Father for that. Basically saying that he was going to leave some of us behind to help y'all beloved brothers and sisters out. Deuteronomy 1:17, ye shall not respect persons of judgment, but ye shall hear the small as well as the great. You should not be afraid of the face of man, for the judgment is God's. In the cause that is hard for you, bring it unto me. I will hear it. You see, family? He made me a warrior since the beginning of time. I've always known this for a fact. That's one thing, man. I was a street fighter from the get-go. I've never been afraid to throw down, ever. I mean, now I'm older, of course, I'm not going to do that. I'll protect my family. Don't get me wrong. But I was never afraid, man. Never afraid. So that transition into this now. So now I'm telling you, hey, stop being afraid. Get your ass up. Get in this book. And guess what? Start reading. Start reading. Because these people want your heritage. Because check this out. Respecting them, where it says that they should borrow and not lend, and should be the tail and not the head. Don't they say that que somos el trasero de Estados Unidos? We cannot refrain from the inserting in this place a passage of page 42 of the 5th volume presents of the present work, because the expression outcast, desechados, as applied by the Mexicans to themselves, is their so singular introduced and savior, so strongly of a tone of complaint, in which the Hebrews were residing, and however well off they were in temporal concerns, they had been accustomed to indulge ever since the fall of their empire. Check this out. Remember the words which I now address to thee, my son. Let them be a thorn in thy heart, and as cold blast to afflict thee, and that thou, mayest humble thyself, and betake thee inward meditation. You see that? You see this, family? Right here is exactly telling you not to do what BHI dummies do. Don't go in the street talking shit to other people, thinking you're superior than them, and telling them to kiss your boots. You know, I was watching this video earlier, and these people still go out there and tell the white man how they're going to go to hell because they enslaved the Negro. Hispanic, my brother. The Negro enslaved your family too, pendejo. Sorry if I disrespected you, but you needed to be disrespected. Because you don't consider your ways. Let them be a thorn in thy heart, and a cold blast to afflict thee. Judges 3:5. That thou mayest humble thyself, and betake thee inward meditation. Examine yourself if you're in the faith. James 1:14. Watch the patterns of thought. Wisdom of Solomon 14:9, 14, and 13 and 14. It says that the spirit fights against the flesh. They're always at battle with each other. Consider, my son, that it has been thy lot to be born in the time of trouble and sorrow, and that God has sent thee into the world at a period of extreme destitution. Behold me, who am thy father. See what a life I and thy mother lead, and how we are accounted as nothing. 2nd Ezra 6:54 and through 59. We are accounted as nothing, and the memorial of us has passed away. Wisdom of Solomon 5:1. Although our ancestors were powerful and great, have they bequeathed unto us their power and greatness? Not truly. Cast thine eye upon thy relations and any kindred who are outcast. That's a heavy point. Check this out. The Jews themselves have been elsewhere observed, have entertained a strong belief that America had been colonized by their race. You see this, family? Grounding their belief on what is said in certain chapters of Old Testament of the people of the Isles, to which the Isles, a Hebrew appellative word signifying the West, was been given, evidently showing that they could not have been Ceylon or Isles of the Indian archipelago, like India, as also in many analogies of the laws, rites, and customs ceremonies of the Indians, but more especially in the following passage of the 13th chapter of the 2nd book of Ezra. They knew, which is why they destroyed our heritage. So I implore you, family, to please consider what I'm saying. Please just pick up the book here. Just and man, ask God to like forgive you just for 1 second. Maybe like, you know, is he right? Am I really like a chosen child of you? Like, am I really, after all these years of doing everything that I've done wrong? Ask him. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong, and I know that you won't be wrong when you start wondering more about what's going on right now. Why are they fighting for your heritage? It's your heritage that important because they told you that your heritage wasn't shit. At one point, nobody wanted to be a Mexican. Nobody. Not even Mexicans wanted to be Mexicans. The reason why they have this picture of Quetzalcoatl in the center is because they called him the morning star. And that's why, with respect to the appellation of Meshi or Metzli, the other name by which Quetzalcoatl was known among the Mexicans, it is remarkable that this precisely the same as the Hebrew word which signifies my beloved, anointed. Anointed. You remember he was showing the video, the star, right? Listen, if you think I'm lying, fine. Maybe I'm lying. But do yourself a favor. Repent. Ask God to forgive you. Get out of those Christian rooms. Don't be afraid to be alone for once. And see where it takes you. So this is calling you. So let me give you a little bit more. And then we'll call it a night. This last part here. So you'll see. We go right back to the beginning of the end. The beginning of the end. There it goes right here. We're going to go to page 110. Watch this real quick. In the Bloodline Library is a symbol very much resembling a jawbone. Hold on a second. Let me do this. I'm just going to play this video after, and then I'm out. All right? Because I got a message. Anyways, so it says here, in the Bloodline Library is a symbol very much resembling a jawbone, from the size of which water seems to issue forth, which might allude to the story of Samson slaying 1,000 Philistines. That's right. Damn Canaanite. With such a jawbone which remained miraculously unbroken in his hand, and from which his quenched his thirst. The first page, it says, the first page of the Borgian, a remarkable representation of Quetzalcoatl, cast forth from the jaws of some amphibious animal, occurs. In reference to which curious paintings, it would be interesting to know whether the Hebrews had any tradition that their Messiah would be devoured by a monster who would afterwards compel to yield up his prey. You know what book that is, right? In case you guys don't know, you can read that here. Where are you? Where's Nahum? Where is it? Oh, here you go. Is it Nahum? Which one is, man? Which one? This is the one I haven't read. I need to read this one. It's here. Regarding the whale. Okay, here, remember? I need to, man, I need to slow down. Hold on a second. I'm sure it's this one, family. Forgive me, man. I'm sorry. Maybe I am getting tired. Jonah. Ah, God, what a dummy. Jonah. That's the one, Jonah. So you can find that story here. So check this out. Like the serpent in the 75th page of the Lesser Vatican, with a fierce eagle compelled to disgorge a lamb. See this, family? So we see that they understood that an amphibious animal would devour Meshiacha, or that an eagle would be compelled to disgorge a lamb. Now we know Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 49 said this: the Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. If that ain't gonna compel you, then I don't know what's gonna compel you, family. You guys have a good night. Appreciate you being here. I hope that it was edifying. Hey, man, hit the likes. Please share after. Pass it to your family. And look, don't be discouraged. Don't be discouraged, fam. Maybe it's just one of me, but it takes 100 of them and only one of me, and none of them have the balls to come mess with one of me. That should say something to y'all. Have a good night, man. Let's hear this out real quick. All right? This is to my gente, my beloved family.
Una deuda
We owe you, man. We owe you.
enorme en lo social con los migrantes. Desde luego la deuda mayor es con los indígenas de México, pero también los migrantes, porque se tienen que ir, se van por necesidad, porque aquí no había posibilidad de trabajo. Y allá salen adelante, arriesgándolo todo, y ahora nos están apoyando, mandan a sus familias. Este año van a sumar más de 60,000 millones de dólares. Por eso son héroes, heroínas. Así ha salido adelante México. ¿Saben dónde tenemos un...
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black 50, soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flujo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco bro. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el black shit, black mental de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker soplón.
Nero Luis, man, desempeña en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, Money Gang Gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Y soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles. Y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto. Pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. La super rafina, la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un style. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. Yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Yeah. Saliste se peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. Yeah. La calle limeña aquí nadie la dueña, ya nada es igual. Yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Tiene que respetar. Yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Yeah. Saliste se peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. Yeah. La calle limeña aquí nada le dueña, ya nada es igual. Yeah. Tienes que respetar, yeah. Si yo soy tu papá, yeah, yeah, yeah. Es Incas Mob, negro. Yeah, es Incas Mob, nigga. Yeah, Nero Luigi, man. Incas Mob, yeah. It's Money Gang, 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 yeah.
Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que ya me después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham fuerza ya hinco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en City Brinco, under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante porque me lograron saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito para que el mundo conociéramos. De esta parte mejor intérprete capaz de esta cordillera, sin luz afuera. Que el espectáculo es dentro, la calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento, cuando yo me concentro. Mis disparos son temas, la calle un poema se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clown del clown en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no existe patrón, yo ya me sé la cuestión y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Yango, la maldita casa, Plaza de Rey y papá. Enero Luigi, Black Cemental, hip hop peruano. Rasgo en la maldita base. Yao, yao, yao.
Yo. Comentando. ¿Qué dicen? Sí. ¿Qué cuentan? Ya. Escúchame. Ya. Los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaza es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás el petapal. Político en vez de patrullas se vende camilla para un hospital, como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el sogro sobrino pero bueno de un primo hermano pariente papá. Que se nota el que no es novicia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémicas, belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo, falso, culo, vasos de cerveza. Pele cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá, la palabra es cruda. A tu educación mi camino se afloja la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben, cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trate la freuna, no una pura canción de aventura. Así no censura, emite basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la paz y que algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la paz y que algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una PD que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses, por intereses, mienten todo el día, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación, con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo, pues miró hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún legado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la paz y algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la paz y algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará.
CPF.
Oh esta ocasión traigo a los gangsters más gangsters de la zona. Y vengo con la familia gang. ¿Cómo dice?
Llaman a Red. Traigo el mensaje puro y crudo pa'l momento. No palabras vanas que rompen los sentimientos. Lucharé y derribaré los muros del lamento. Pídeme pues te daré los sueños que están muertos. Nunca el demonio dio mensajes de amor, pero tampoco los dio el ángel que nos abandona. Quizás miremos diferente el reloj, pero tu cielo es el infierno donde el amor murió. Political violence, criminal physical redemption hasta cacacar el baile. Typical style, musical fraile. Mucha es la promesa en la que se han llevado el aire. Love and love and love. Siente verdad como doy mi corazón. No more, no more, no more. It's a reggae cypher. Feed the world. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? El de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Fue que me brotaron alas y ganas de volar. En las buenas mi terreno lleno, en las malas solar. Un muro que decora, mis hermanos me sirven de guía, mi estrella polar. Guarda los hilos, me duele hasta respirar. Solo quiero ver verdad. Sigo buscándome lejos de lo que piensas. Más fácil de lo que crees, el esfuerzo trae recompensas. Vale la experiencia si es intensa. No tires de la cuerda si está tensa. Miraban al ocaso con tristeza. Las estrellas devolvían con grandeza su mirar. Nos vimos floreciendo en la maleza. La belleza de las piezas y comienzan a encajar.
Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? El de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
51, 52, con un micro de bambú, más vueltas que Passepartout. Me siento en la old school. It's magnetic kung fu, it's a reggae magnatur. Por las almas sonrientes que acompañan a Dazú. En bambalinas y balú, son rimas de menú, no salidas de velour, pero cálida y del sur. Homie, always lonely, but I feeling like a gangsta. the two, feed the three, a mí sí me ve.
Miss Jane Elliott, does she not know and understand that some of the natives were actually slave holders?
Spiritual babies on milk, beloveds. I've said too much without saying enough, beloveds. But may those who have ears hear. The Freemasons, there's also the female side, which a lot of people don't talk about, the Eastern Star, which I won't even get too deep in.
Two women.
Yeah.
He had two wives.
Yeah.
Two women.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Yes, sir.
Two women.
Yeah.
Two women.
Yeah.
He had two wives.
Yeah.
Two women.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know, we already tore down.
Okay, maybe you're not understanding what I'm saying here. So let me be clear. It was Moors that allowed people to come and do commerce. Okay, right? Maybe you're not understanding what I'm saying here. So let me be clear. It was Moors that allowed people to come and do commerce. Right? The Moors are the people with the blood of the land. The agreements were between the Spaniards, the British, the Africans, the Arabians, the Chinese. You understand? This is why, okay, here, let me help you out. Let me help you figure this out. All of the scientists from the wars against the Yahtzees were brought here. Because this is the land of the traders. The ones that flee from their tyranny, right?
venir, por eso me llaman King, ese fue mi devenir. De marchar o seguir, nunca tuve que elegir. La music me eligió a mí, no tengo nada más que decir. Saifa, Puniga, Loba, Grimble, Fire, Killerman, Smoker, Chusta, Feel Light, Rasta, Chai, Metal, Kimanes, Original Reggae, Saifa again.
Eterna guerra interna en la villa del pingüino, entre los Kalin en la antena y los que se encuentran dormidos parandean tus emociones cual barril de vino, cosas feas quizás en tus ideas, pero aquí no, yo no atino, disparo sin mirar a todo aquel vampiro que el diente quiera hincarme, bro. Si lo digo, no es para pensar, sino para aclarar lo que de siempre estás pensando. Acaba el plan magnífico, imposible de torcer metal, sustar más reggae warriors again, making connection after connection, my new world, creating the freedom from them, me more. Nanny boy, represent this game. What time is it?
Es de reventar el beat. Flow tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it?
Es de reventar el beat.
Flow tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo
falta
aquí.
presentación si existe nivel. Sobreviviendo en Babilonia escribí al papel mis problemas cuando al final pude entender que para ser feliz solo tienes que querer. Que solamente hay una vida y es para vivir. Busca siempre una alternativa para seguir. No dejes nunca que te digan que no es así. Y prende un poco de sativa para estar chill. Ey, superando ansiedades con el humo de cancha. Manchas de un pasado trágico en la cancha. Seguimos siendo fuertes, su mierda no me engancha. Mientras otros esperando a que lleguen en lancha. No matter where you come, no matter where you come from. Solo importa que prestes atención a este sound. Desde the original, Killerman al mando. Oh, na, na, na.
Mira, soy un warrior, sonido legendario. Disfruto cada segundo cuando me subo al escenario. Tengo fuego en los labios, sigo cual mercenario. Pasos de gigante y cora revolucionario. Siento que es necesario, suena el reggae en los barrios, para que cale el mensaje y para salvar a los más sabios. Entre en mi imaginario, quemo cheques bancarios. Si vienes con la mala vibra, mejor bro, cambia tu itinerario. Ya, 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 ya. Cuando ruge el león suena la música real. Venimos con el ya, 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 ya. Sonido de guión es el sonido original. Ya, 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 ya. Reggae de corazón es el que se hace en unidad. Ya, 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 ya.
What time is it?
Es de reventar el beat.
Flow tangle in the street.
Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
What time is it?
Es de reventar el beat.
Flow tangle in the street.
Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido, siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra, no me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemo afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemo afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote, un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote, pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia, que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si no topa el boy en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo, pero tumbar gente, quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís, mis paisas en el gabacho bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato con los ojos bien tumbados, de coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo, represento Nuevo León junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco el pasado está olvidado, con el perro de la C bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado, bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado, puro hip hop mexa hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, vienda live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemo afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemo afuera.
Ya, abranse, cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palancas. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada, se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC Davo los desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos
locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. El sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón, como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México, cabrón.
Es el perrito de la C. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. Tres colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo, les presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Agua, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi yo, yipi yucas. Buenas, Montequín, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa, perros, 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo. Somos la santa carnal. Ey, ey,
Los machilones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ Dundeque en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Viva México, cabrones.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Ready. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hold on a second. Testing. Right, yep. Seems like it's working. Hold on a second. Let me go ahead and open up the screen here real quick. Bam. Here we go, man. All right, man. So you guys have a good evening, by the way. And have a good evening. Bye. I'm just kidding. What up, VTC? Hey, mías, buenos días. You know what I mean, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know it's not a noche. But anyways, what's up? Issachar, right? Guaracuya. Shalom to everybody, or to everyone here. Shalom to everyone. Hebrew. I know what you mean, bro. Anyhow, man, I got something interesting today. You guys saw the thumbnail. Hey, Shalom Yasharala. Give it. I had seen this since it began, and little bits and pieces as it was moving forward. I paid mind to it, put some kind of notes aside as I go through. Just me seeing things. I use a particular app where I'll just kind of like post thoughts there or links there, considering shows, right? Shows that I choose to do, right? Because some people like to call this place a show, so it's all good. I don't care. So I had already considered looking at this, and then other stuff came about. But I think it's important to really pay attention to these brothers and sisters right here. As you know, I'm not technically politically involved. I don't vote. Y'all know how I roll. Scripturally speaking, what it says. But right here, I think it's really, really what they've done is honestly like honorable, man. You know what I'm saying? What these brothers and sisters have done is they've gone out of their way with no consideration of profiting from anything like this. And they have exclusively and without hesitation made an effort to protect our gente. And I think a lot of us are not paying attention, like what they've done. And I have, first of all, matter of fact, before I go there, let me give you guys, let me start where I'm, because sometimes I do that. So let me kind of go with my process here, okay? Chill out, bro.
No somos ni.
I want to first of all start the class with this message. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to, hold on. When I say those things, it's not for anything other than empowering your spirit. You need to be very privileged to know that you are, you know what I'm saying? Like indigenous in a sense. I don't know how else to put it, family. You just know. And to be given that opportunity now more than ever, it's pretty amazing, because you never thought of it I never thought myself to be anything closely related to anything even that mattered in the Bible. I thought we were just a Gentile and shit. But lo and behold, man, clarity is really, really manifesting itself. So here, let's listen to the sister, man. I think she has a powerful message, okay? Let's go.
Ni indios ni indígenas, porque fueron palabras, invención de los españoles, con las que unificaron cientos de culturas que existían en este territorio mucho antes que ellos. Pero sí somos Buinza, gente nube, porque así nos autonombramos, porque así nos autodenominamos. Pero nadie nunca nos escuchó, nadie nunca nos consultó. Después de todo, ¿a quién no le gusta ser llamado por su propio nombre? Sachila, Sajil, en mi lengua Dizá, o Teochapotlán también, como lo denominaron los mexicas, es una comunidad que se encuentra en los valles centrales. Su historia tiene más de 3.500 años. Sin embargo, en el año 900 de nuestra era, Sachila se convirtió en Coquitao. ¿Qué significa? Se convirtió en un poderío, el poderío más importante para nuestra cultura. Se convirtió en el centro de los zapotecas, político, cultural y astronómico. Nuestro último tijacoquio gobernante fue Guxichicuesa, mejor conocido como Cosijoesa, quien a través de alianzas políticas contrajo nupcias con Coyolicalcin, la hija del Tlatoani Huitzol. Y sí, Donají orgullosamente es de mi pueblo. No somos ni indios ni indígenas.
That's powerful. I like that it's enough about the being renamed or named and named again and again. So I think appreciate you who I cannot, man, bro. My apologies. I just had a lot of messages sent to me today. Anyhow, appreciate you, bro. All right, so here's apparently this is the update. I don't know. I tried to find some article that relates to this. I did find some information, but my concern isn't what is going on right now. I'm gonna show you guys some history about some of these people involved. You remember, scripturally speaking, you have to look. What's that script here? Well, okay, I'll bring it out. I guess right now. Let me just say this real quick. Hold up, because I think it's important. You know, to really look at the entire picture. A lot of times we go by the moment, the thought. Oh my God! No. Well, let's consider this. Let's consider all things. Sirach 11:7 says, "Blame not before thou hast examined the truth. Understand first and then rebuke." So I look at things on a historical, kind of like from a historical perspective too. Like, well, what kind of people are these, man? Who are they? Okay, she's a mayor, or they're police departments, right? But who are these people? So I'm going to target one particular one, and it's because a lot of our people are being misled too by these particular empathetic media nonsense or habitual publications about feel sorry for a particular type of people, and you don't have no right to say shit about them. Well, I'm going to show you how, historically speaking. Well, let's just see it. Let's just see it. Here we go. All right, let's go. Hold on.
An update on the Justice 8 and what's going on with their case. Now, if you remember, the Justice 8 are activists from California who were protecting street vendors and calling out police who hurt our community. Now, because of the work, their San Bernardino department and other police departments got together to build a conspiracy against them and put them in jail. They have been sitting in jail for the last 6 months without any bail. Well, in order to finally be able to be released, 6 out of 8 of them took a deal. Now look, I cannot speculate on what the terms of the deal was, so I'm not doing that. But what I am saying is that these people were railroaded, and if they had not taken the deal, they could have lost years of their lives. Now the women, Capitana, Vanessa, and Wendy, will be released soon. As for the men who took the deal, they're probably going to have to be in jail for many more months. And unfortunately, from what I understand, this deal does not include Alex at all. Look, I'm glad that they're out, but we have noticed how there are 2 different justice systems in this country. These are activists who are helping out our community, and now they have lost months, some of them years of their lives. And also, along with these guilty pleas, who knows how much it's going to hurt their prospect to get jobs or get housing or anything else that they might need. Remember, we're seeing the orange fascist president get away with so much, and these convictions are not going to affect them the way they do people of color. Apparently, there's supposed to be interviews and more information about what happened is supposed to come out soon. Look, I don't even know how to feel about this because, again, these people were railroaded, but I am just glad that they're going to get their freedom, and I'll keep informing you on what happens to Alex and the remaining people.
Okay, so I hope you guys get that. And I think the young man, Alex, I don't know if he's legal or not, from my understanding.
Una gran frase.
Okay, so again, I'm going to show you some articles and give you an idea of the people that are involved and what kind of history is behind them. What have they done in the past? How have they dealt with people around them? Because a lot of times, people's actions, you look back at who they are and what kind of people, what kind of social skills do they have, and what kind of social skills do they lack. A lot of times, social skills reflects decision making. So let's see. But anyhow, I want to show you this message for you brothers out there that are listening. I'm almost 48 now, and you know what I mean. That's the beauty about having gray hair, because you actually really appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? You're a little slow though, but not your mind. So this goes out for you brothers that are, you know what I'm saying, still young, still trying to figure it out, bro. Pay attention to this message. This is extremely important.
Una gran frase.
It's a parable, and I think it serves well with the kind of like the way this channel's going, how we experience something. And I say we because some of y'all do watch this channel or quote show, like Chicloso likes to call it, or other people. But you know what I mean. I like to always give advice and suggest because this is the way I handle my life. Let's go.
Una gran frase sarcástica dice: hay personas que son como las palomas. Cuando están en el suelo comen de tu mano, pero cuando vuelan alto te defecan encima. Por eso, la gran moraleja es que a veces metemos las manos en el fuego por personas que solo querían ver cómo nos quemábamos. ¿A ti te ha pasado?
Now this actually, you know what? This goes too for what we're seeing right now. Remember, they've demanded empathy from us. Yeah, brother, black and brown, because we always knew that gringos had nothing to do with us. You know what I'm saying? I know that. So this is how important these brothers here and sisters are in regards to what they've actually done and accomplished. And look, I'll be very frank with you. I don't expect many people to watch this actual class here, whatever you want to call it. And again, like I've told people before, man, this ain't an entertainment channel, bro. I'm here to show you guys information that actually makes sense that you guys may be able to use. And maybe it'll open your eyes and you can start seeing your brethren in a different light because they struggle as well. Look at this. Like I Googled the, you know what I'm saying? Look at all this. And I made sure to just hit the historical part of it. Look at that. Several examples, right? So like check that. Let's start with this one first. So again, why am I bringing attention to this? Because family, I'm gonna tell you something, man. What these guys are doing, what they did.
So I asked ChatGPT to build.
Bro, stop. What they done is that's very.
This
honorable.
is why
very honorable, because nobody told him to do it. The gentleman, I believe, he was the initiator of all of this, and he began because he got tired of seeing this crap. Let's go. Oh. Sorry about that.
Separate incidents caught on video. On February 16th, a hot dog vendor was brutally attacked by a customer outside the SAP Center. 2 days later, not far from the San Jose airport, another food vendor was beaten with a baseball bat. Betty Yu met up with the victims who attended today's street vendor buyout.
Well, today was the day that we brought the vendors that these men attacked together for a community buyout to let them know that.
See, that's him right there, okay? The gentleman in the center with the patch in the white. You understand? Nobody told him to do this. He decided to do this. He saw it and he said, I don't like this. I'm going to help. I don't care if I'm not legal. I'm going to help. Some of us get criticized for not doing certain things that they done. Well, it's funny because those same people haven't done any of this right here. You know what I'm saying? So we can always point fingers at each other, what we all lack. But there's always something to be done in some way, shape, or form. Even the people going there to buy food is supporting. Put your brick in this game. Let's go.
That they are not alone.
People from near and far showed their love Sunday for two San Jose street vendors who were attacked separately in 2 days. Video shows Kenny Ho, the owner of Intex Auto Parts, attacking Carlos Sanchez.
You hear that? The owner of Intex Auto Parts. I think they show you his actual store.
With a baseball bat. He even threatened him with a can of lighter fluid. He was arrested on charges of assault and attempted carjacking. Saul Roconco said he was punched and kicked by a customer after he demanded a free hot dog. This attacker has yet to be identified.
Shout out to Armando's Bar and Restaurant, who came out and personally donated a good amount to these vendors. What a blessing it was today.
Alex Enamorado, a street vendor activist from LA, helped organize this community buyout at the same location Carlos was recently attacked.
Street vendors do not have time off. They don't have any paid leave or days off. So the importance of a community buyout, it's for them to take some time off if they want to, because they just went through something traumatic.
Saul, seen on the left, and Carlos on the right, were both at the buyout where hundreds showed up.
Carlos, he sold out in the first 6 minutes. People were already lined up since 12. So by 1:06 p.m., he had completely sold out. So they had to come in and bring him different batches. He was almost at tears. He just kept saying thank you over and over and over, that he's very grateful.
The owner of Venue Yoga Studio in Millbrae, Layla Kirsch, helped sponsor the buyout after seeing the news. She was inspired after seeing Alex's work on Instagram.
We actually end up donating more just because it just kept on going.
So you see that he is, you know what I'm saying? Oh man, don't tell me I lost it. I know what I'm gonna do. Hold on, let me see if I can do this. Let me talk as I'm scrolling through. I don't want to keep scrolling back down, so let me just get to this point. And by the way, another brother made a video about them. Actually, that's what triggered it. I think it was a VTC. You posted a video of a brother that I think he's the one that does those glasses that you mentioned, I believe. And he was mentioning how, you know what's so funny? I keep noticing nobody's really saying much about this brother right here, and I guess, is it because maybe, you know, he ain't necessarily raza, you know what I'm saying? What we consider raza, because I think he's from Guatemala. And that made me think, man. It made me think about that for a moment. I'm like, that is a very good point. That is a very, very, very good point, because I mean, is that part of it? So us as quote raza, we gotta really reflect on this, because I see the brother right there backing up our people. Most of them are raza, so to speak, right? Quote unquote raza. I mean, we all are, but you know what I mean? Society, how they supposedly labeled us. Let's continue.
Now attend fists fly and tempers flare. A taco vendor is attacked when a customer refuses to pay for her food and throws punches instead. That woman repeatedly punched the vendor in the head and vandalized the stand after being asked to pay for her food.
The brazen assault is captured on cell phone video tonight. The vendor is hoping that someone can help identify this woman. KTNA's Chris Wolfe is live in South LA with the details.
A woman explodes in South LA Sunday. Smashing a sidewalk taco stand and beating a female employee. Victims captured the maniacal moments with a cell phone camera and later posted the meltdown on social media. They also went to police. The vendors tell us they served the woman, who then ate her food but made no effort to pay for it. They asked for the money and watched her go to her distinctive pink Lexus. But she returned with a vengeance, unleashing pepper spray, profanity, and punches, mainly aimed at female employee Joanna Vasquez. When she finished spraying me, she started throwing everything, and then she grabbed me and started to hit me. She pulled my hair and then punched me in my shoulders. She punched me in the face. She unloaded on me and then let me go. I just want her to pay for what she did. They need to put her in jail and fine her. And she needs to pay for all the damage, because it is not right what she did.
As you can see, would you like somebody, your mom, let's say your mom's out there selling tamales? You know what I mean? Would you like your mom to go through that shit? I mean, when is it going to be? Where's Black Lives Matter? I thought all lives matter. You know what I'm saying? Or is it just blackity black lives matter?
Another straight.
Or is that going to be too racist for y'all? I mean, you're quick to call out white folks against how evil and wicked they are, but consistently speaking, I'm sorry, fuck. What's the word I'm looking for? Sincerely speaking, I guess the people that are attacking the vendors the most are black, negros, and negras. What you want me to tell you? And see, again, this is a very sensitive topic for a lot of people. I know it is because look at the view, and I don't mind. It's okay, but it's like y'all are just a bunch of fucking respecter of people, man. Because it's so sad that you have your dumbasses up in everybody else's nutsack, believing this damn stove 12 tribe chalk crap, thinking that you came out of them, like your dad. If your dad knew, if your dad heard you, yes, Dad, you used to be black. Y'all are dumb. And this is why this is continuing to happen. Because our creator is basically saying, y'all are stupid. You don't deserve. You don't deserve it. It continue to go ahead and brown nose the other nations, foreigners from afar, consistently showing their evil, wicked ass spirit. But no, you guys want to be friends. And you don't want to speak up for nobody else. It's like, hey, well, that's your problem. No, these are your people.
Woman caught on camera destroying a street food vendor's Oakland stand. The woman is seen flipping over tables, throwing spoons at workers, and trashing a grill on the night of January 26th. I couldn't believe it, that this was happening to me. Seeing how they were throwing everything was sad. Humberto Villa shared this video with Cron 4 News. His business, El Asadero Poblano, has dealt with violence from this woman before. This is the second time she has come to assault us, and police have not done anything about it.
Biblically speaking, I told you guys how Canaan's going to move. Canaan, a seditious nation of people. Seditious nation mean rebellious, causing havoc, not having any type of self-control. Those are facts. What you want me to tell you? Lie about it? If I could sit here and show you how many videos I was actually trying to avoid from showing, because when you consistently see this type of attitude, I'm sorry to tell you, but this is another nation of people that has nothing to do with us. Because I'm going to tell you this right now. This is okay for you guys to accept right here. This is okay. This is totally okay.
If you're seeing this video, it's your sign that you have a message inside you that is meant to reach a whole bunch of people. Well, what if I...
In a viral... It's like all about white folks. It's all totally fine with you guys, right? Oh, yeah, that's how white people are. Oh, really?
Video, a California street vendor named Andres Arguellos Alvarez says he was bullied by a group of young women.
What are you, another hot dog? Should we move? No, sir.
In it, you can see 4 young women lined up against the vendor's grill. One woman starts to berate him for his prices.
You charge me 7, I'm gonna you over. You understand? Yeah, you understand.
The vendor says he asked them to leave. Instead, 2 women start grabbing and throwing his food. The video has now been seen more than 2 million times. The vendor telling Noticias Telemundo how it all made him feel.
Me agarraron el bacon con la mano, todos mis vegetales, todo lo que ocupo. Ellas se dieron cuenta pues que yo era mexicano, que yo no hablaba muy bien inglés y pensaron, a él podemos atacarlo.
The student who recorded the video explained on TikTok that she did not know the women involved.
I'd much rather just show the world how these girls go out in public and act than get myself involved. Also, I mean, for everyone saying that we should have said something, we did. After this video, we did say something. The hot dog vendor is also the sweetest man. The vendor did nothing to provoke this. It was just a girl's...
But, you know, here's the funny part, that for you guys that are, you know, on the side, in the closet, being in love with some of these damn heathen nations and shit, you guys are, oh, no, yeah, that's how white people are. No. I'm going to show you something that it completely involves several people. Several people. All right, so check this out. Going back to Justice 8. This is why I wanted to give you guys at least some kind of history here. Get it out of the way. Okay, look. So this is dated January 16, 2024. All right. Legal street vending. And here's the gentleman right here. And this is from La Cartera Tita News. It says one of the more puzzling issues behind the incarceration of Justice 8 is the lack of coherence. I'm going to explain what that word means. You have to know in case you don't. Hey, listen, in this place here, there's no such thing as I'm embarrassed. No, and I know what it means, but I know a lot of you guys don't, and a lot of people don't like to ask questions. So I'm going to read it for you. The quality or state of coherence, such as systematic or logical connection, cohesive, kind of like a glue, right? So the lack of cohesion, meaning the lack of, for example, if I have the same story as you have the same story, the other guy has the same story, we have about the same story. Cohesively speaking, yeah, we're cohesive, but here is lacking that connection between their story or their so-called what would I call that word? Criminal conviction. Their accusations. I'm sorry. So it says in the accusations from the San Bernardino-based prosecutor. Now, I've heard a lot of shit, nasty-ass stories about San Bernardino County Police. Just going to call it for what it is. You guys fucking suck, dude. Excuse my French. We're not really bringing Bible today. I want to bring a point today so you can understand that when you look at your gente out there and they're busting your ass, selling tacos, help them out. Buy from them. Buy locally. Go to stores where Raza is working. I'm going to show you something. We don't need these people. I'm going to tell you that right now. You guys want segregation? By all means, please do, because I already practice it at home anyways. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure that my family sticks with our people, make sure that we take care of our gente. We don't need their economy. And that's the problem with our gente, that you guys think that you need to brown nose some of these people here. You see, for example, hurt feelings. This is not a channel where I'm going to, tickle your belly and make you laugh. No, I'm going to speak truth. And sorry, I'm going to say some shit that's going to bother you guys. Maybe that's the problem with some of you guys we mix with other nations so much that some of you guys have nieces and nephews that are the other nations. And when I say stuff about them, oh, it hurts your feelings. Well, then, hey, you know what? Then you're not about the scriptures. You're about emotion. You're about, oh, it doesn't make me feel good. No, it's all about this. Either you believe or you don't believe. I mean, for God's sakes, man. If not, then go watch Christianity. Celebrate Christmas, Thanksgiving, New Year's. Forget about all of this crap. If y'all ain't really walking that way, might as well go back to that. Go back to that life if you're not exercising it to the fullest of its ability. So let me continue. It says here, accusations from the San Bernardino-based prosecutor. What specifically does a San Bernardino-based prosecutor have to do with some controversial event in Pomona, California, a city within the Los Angeles County area? So this is where it gets really fishy. They're crossing counties. You know what I'm saying? They're counties dealing with each other here. San Bernardino County is not the same as LA County. Please understand that. Nicholas Rosberg made a statement earlier this year alluding to the fact, in my view, someone or some group must be overly eager to push back on Eden Alex Enamorado. That's the gentleman here. In Victorville, particularly large swaths of often violent and inebriated people can be seen through the cityscapes, which makes it tough for me to believe that a district attorney, Jason Wilkinson, who gets paid almost $200,000 a year, okay, could not prosecute a more local crime. So this guy went out of his way. He only makes $200,000. He went out of his way. However, political favors being exchanged in San Bernardino County are as much a part of the cultural as the McDonald Museum and Alberto's. You see this? Political favors. So it says here, political vendetta, election year. Well, I think we've seen enough of this particular wickedness of a nation that we're surrounded by, in an election year, politicians are particularly sensitive to seem invincible. The ability to, to wield political influence and control during a national election year is a maximum import. Thus, groups like Justice 8 seem to upend the business as usual in every dysfunctional county and cities of San Bernardino. corruption at the high level, political favors on its convenient time, counties working within themselves to hide something. I mean, is the love of money that big? But let's continue. Specifically, one person with a huge motivation. Let me repeat that again. Specifically, one person with a huge motivation to get rid of enamorados is Juanita Warren.
Gotcha, bitch.
And by the way, this is a so-called, well, she's an African woman with the experience of living in America. And she's a Republican. So right now, I think when you look at politics, whichever way you choose, right, Democratic or Republican, they both feel the way they feel towards the people here. Remember, their novela, black and white folks are always the ones voting the most. We're just a sideshow family. But even though we're a sideshow, we're one of the most powerful economic nations here in this land right here. Which is what I'm saying. Segregation, in a sense, is not a bad idea. You all take care of yourselves. We can do it too. It's not such a bad thing because we're already doing it anyways within our own people. I'm going to show you why. Check this out. It says here, and plus, when you have situations like this here right now, I mean, you see people like her all over the TV now. Black and white folks television, black and white folks sports, black and white folks movies, black and white folks soap operas, black and white folks commercials, black and white folks food, black and white folks. What else? Music, dancing. What else did we see? That's what it is in this country. Why are we playing games? Why is this such a surprise for y'all? Does it not ring a bell? I know you think, oh, well, I'm American. I'm an American citizen. Look at me. Yeah, well, you know, they'll eventually push you out. The mayor of Fontana, Aquanita. Who the hell names their child that? Anyways, let me continue. More than anyone, Edin Alex Enamorado's activism has embarrassed and hindered her ability to obfuscate her heavy-handed treatment of Mexican vendors. So this African woman with an American experience here has a vendetta towards our gente, which is why I was showing you video after video of the same people. You see, you can put lipstick on a pig. The fucking animal will still be a pig. So it doesn't matter. Whether you have an education or not, if you're evil, you're evil. And guess what? I'm going to show you how this particular person here doesn't seem to play well among her peers. Historically speaking, in October 2023, Fontana's embattled mayor, Aquanita, I'm just going to call her LaQuisha filed a restraining order on Edin Alex Enamorado. Did you hear this here? Hold on a second.
Que alguien me explique.
Bruh.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Seems to me LaQuisha here filed a restraining order on this brother right here. Did you guys know that? Oh, but this is not talked about, is it? Not at all. Not at all. And you guys don't even fucking care, which is the saddest part. You got a bunch of people saying, oh, I care about my gente, I care about my gente. Really? You're all happy by beating them up and laughing about it. This right here is honorable. He's in jail. He's in jail for risking his life at the same time, right? And didn't care that he was going to go against this woman because I'm going to show you because this went all the way back there. Matter of fact, they took that video out, and I think I showed that in one of my classes, but I can't find it. But anyway, let's continue. The mayor of Fontana, more than anyone, Edin Alex Enamorado's activism has embarrassed. Let me show you what the word means. And I know it sounds stupid, but you got to know what embarrass means. Embarrass means feeling of showing a state of self-conscious confusion and distress. Now, we know how some of these people roll when they go berserk. I mean, we've seen examples. Let's see. I'll show you one. Just saying, because, you know, hey, man, listen, I'm gonna call it spade a spade, bro. Because you know something, those Wabo channels or Abo, whatever, what's his name, the dude, he tries to say, you know, reparations. He makes fun of our people with their accents and talk about tacos and shit. Wait, I call it spade a spade. Spade a spade. You messing with one of our people, Holmes? I'm gonna come at you with some psychological breakdown, eh? Nah, just kidding. I'll just use my wisdom. That's it. Let's see how smart you are. I don't ever try to talk or think that way, family. But I'm not a fool, man. I'm not a fool.
Zillow.
And listen, again, it goes to show that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether educated or not. It doesn't matter educated or not. If you just, I mean, again, retaliation. When you have them cornered, this is how they act.
On March 5th, 2023, officers responded to a case of domestic violence. Upon arriving at the scene, they tried to talk to one of the women involved, but she was uncooperative and kept screaming at a man. Here's what unfolded next.
Hello. Officer, I saw you got a body camera on. What's going on, ma'am?
No.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
Did you get popped in the mouth?
No.
No? What's going on? What else does I want to say? I guess, did you call us?
To escort somebody, that's it.
Okay.
Fine. You started talking to me, you could have just gave me my key and I was going to leave.
Shit, I'll pay the rent here.
That's not your shit,
You don't pay shit.
I said, don't bitch, you got me sticking out
Don't go
my
at him.
mouth,
Don't go at him.
Cups, okay? Stay over here. Ma'am.
What I tell
Ma'am, stay over here. Stay over here, okay? I got a body cam on. What's going on today?
Bro, he mad because I told him to give me my house key.
Ma'am?
Stop touching me!
That's all I needed to see. That's all I needed to see. So embarrassed again means what? When you are showing a state of confusion, distress, right? When you're cornered, when you can't get your way, you got embarrassed, Laquita, or LaQuisha, whatever. You got embarrassed, and it hindered your ability to obfuscate her heavy-handed treatment of Mexican vendors because you wanted people to just whatever, F these beaners, spicks and wetbags, because that's really how you feel. And I'm gonna show you that too, family. Don't get me wrong here. Don't misunderstand the fact that they you know what? Let me continue. I'm just gonna continue. It says, thus the recent historical records show that one person in San Bernardino County. Hold on a second. It says here, on October 22, Fontana's embattled mayor, LaQuisha, filed a restraining order on Erin Enamorado. However, the restraining order was ultimately denied. Thus, the recent historical record shows that one person in San Bernardino County has already marshaled the public's resources to harass Erin Alex Enamorado. This is interesting. Has already marshaled the public's resource. What does it mean? What does it mean by that? Let me see. What are you talking about? Oh, I think they've hired people to give him a hard time. With this fairly obvious inter-county overreach between San Bernardino into LA, it seems like Warren has temporarily succeeded in pushing back against Enamorado's defense of street vendors. So then I found this out too. What's next for Justice 8? Judge denies motion requesting law enforcement personal records while attorney fights for a change of venue. This was 2 months ago. So apparently, this attorney here is like they must have found something on a cop. A month after their last court hearing, 7 remaining street vendors, activists who were arrested last December on allegations that involved conspiracy, assault, kidnapping, and more returned to court this past Wednesday. Around 10:55 a.m., the activists known as Justice 8 were escorted into the courtroom chains, clicking as they made their way in their seats. The men seated in front of them, the woman in the back. Although it became harder for the advocates of Justice 8 to be present at every hearing, the courtroom was filled with friends, family, and community supporters. One of the most significant decisions from yesterday's hearing was by San Bernardino County Judge Wilkinson, who denied the defense motion to access law enforcement personnel. The motion has been presented by Edding Alex Enamorado's attorney, Nicholas Rosenberg, who requested the records of 3 officers involved in the case. Detective Johnson from Pomona PD, the lead detective Alejandro Duran, and Blake Forgil from San Bernardino Sheriff Department. The motion was filled with a declaration from the activist Senate Devermont, best known online as Mr. Checkpoint. His declaration alleges that Detective Alejandro Duran and Travis Johnson used informants to gather information that would eventually lead to the arrest of the defendants. You see, family? You see what I mean by that as well? Remember the little video I told you guys, you young brothers, I said, be mindful. Be mindful. Like, como es la paloma? She'll eat in your hand. But when she's ready to fly, she'll shit on your head. Be mindful who you have around. Now, let's continue with this. As you can see, historically speaking, these guys do have some type of... I'll just touch on that later. That's not something that I want to kind of deviate from. Check this out. This is a lawsuit filed against San Bernardino County Jail deputy convicted in inmate beatings. This is from San Bernardino County, 2020. 2 deputies already convicted of criminal charges. 2 of them already convicted, allegedly punched and kicked Michael Flores. Are you guys seeing a common trend here, or is it just me? You know what I'm saying? What was that? Let me see. Why don't LaQuisha put some effort in going after the gang problem in her own community? Exactly, bro. Crime is horrible over there because they don't give a shit. Look, listen, from what I'm reading, I don't know. That's just me, my opinion. I don't know. But they're banking on these contracts of building and rebuilding. You'll see. I'm going to read something. But right now, it's all about these particular people involved. Historically here, San Bernardino has shown that you got a bunch of racist people that look like him. Obviously, when they see me, they're considering I'm a beaner. It says here, in his head, he kicked Michael Flores in his head, face, neck, and back at least 20 times. Yeah, only pussies will do that. Excuse my language. Only punks like him will do that. The federal lawsuit filed this week alleges 2 former rookie sheriff deputies. Rookie sheriff deputies. There's a scripture that says something about as the king, so is his people, something like that. Can't remember if it's a king or as a leader, so is his people. Check this out. Without provocation, brutally beat a former inmate and knocked him unconscious at a West Valley Detention Center in Rancho Cucamonga. It was the latest development in the inmate beating case of former San Bernardino County Sheriff Deputy Luke Van Ginkel and Arthur Michael Enriquez. You see? Not all skin folk. You know what I would want to call them right now. Who were both convicted for their roles in crimes that already had led to a $250,000 county settlement with one of Van Ginkel's victims in November 2019. But the interesting part is, weren't they rookies? It comes from the top. Remember, the fruit don't fall far from the tree. Okay, so we're seeing some history here. Some history, 2018. Like, look, Martinez lawsuit, Okay. All right. So now check this out. Here we see members of Fontana City Council denied allegations of racial profiling by police. This is in 2009. So how long has that been? I only look illegal, you fucker. And you know who LaQuisha was involved in this at this time, by the way. Members of Fontana City Council denied allegations made by two community organizing groups and some local residents that there had been instances of racial profiling, as well as driver's license checkpoints by police near school sites during morning hours in Fontana. I don't know if you guys know this, but I guess these sheriffs have a particular law that allows them to work as people that can check your immigration status. I think it's in this article. Okay, so be mindful. In the state of California, these mofos can say, based on what you look like, ask for your papers. Now, if I look blackety black, they're not. Or if I look crackety crack, yeah, I won't either. Or even Japanese, I'll bet you they won't even pull me over if I look Asian. Let alone maybe Arab. Nah, not even Arab. But if you look Mexican, sure as hell going to get pulled over. Even if you're Guatemalteco or Puerto Riqueño or Salvadoreño or Hondureño, it don't matter. If you look Mexican, you're getting pulled over. That's why when they tried to say, anyways, let's continue because I don't want to, divert. So it says here, the remarks by citizens and the response by city council reflected various viewpoints on the sensitive topic of illegal immigration and racism. I can recognize hate when I see it, even when it's dressed up, looking pretty and reasonable, or tries to appear self-evident truth or rule of law, right? We're all about democracy. Black and brown, black and brown. Let's all work together. It is hate because it is not love. Chavarria said that there are groups which use the law as a rationale for their support of federal programs, like the 286G program, currently implemented by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. So, LaQuisha, if you really were about black and brown, then you would have done something about this particular program. But see, LaQuisha, you don't give a shit about our people because it's all about blackity black. Because I know that's how you guys roll. We already know about the black nobility. You can't fool me no more. Which allows officers to act as immigration agents. Really, family? Really? Even under your eyes, they're still pulling people over. Cops acting like immigration here in California, while others use it as a rationale for prejudice. Of course, you don't think Republicans, especially the way they're talking, Donald Trump, these guys are saying just shoot them at the border. You don't think these Republicans listen to that shit? Oh, hey, look at that. He's seen Asians calling for Trump to build a wall. How will they bring their illegal family members if that wall is built? And listen, Asians need to shut up because y'all really do not want it. I'll tell you that right now. Emilio Amaya, executive director of SBC FC, urged the council to take a stand, okay, against 287G and other programs to stop the alleged harassment of people, which in the end could damage the relationship between police and community. And we're seeing it. Our police officers are working as a de facto immigration officers using taxpayer money to harass taxpayers. This creates fear among the community, which happens to be more than 60% Hispanic. Here's the funny part. The question is, who is the city council really representing? 60% Hispanic, hardly any blacks or hardly any whites, but it's black and white folks making decisions for you, dumb beaners. How can they really represent us when they have no idea of what it's like to be oppressed? That goes for you too, black people. How can they represent us when all of them make more money in a year than most of us will make in a lifetime? There's no representation. You see, we can't go around asking for reparations now, can we? We got what they call repatriation. That's not reparation. That's worse. The Hispanic or Latino, whatever you want to use, has no voice here. Councilman John Roberts said that what makes the city work is collaboration between all people from the community. Speaking against illegal immigration during the meeting were some members of We the People, a grassroots all-volunteer network seeking to influence institutions of political corruption, who voiced their support for 287G program. We the People, black and white. And of course, you got your sellout Browns and people that are all them too, just looking like them. Listen, for the 287 program and the deportation of all illegal immigrants. So, LaQuisha, the mayor of San Bernardino, is all for deportation of you gente. Do you guys understand what that means? That means they can go into your house if they really pass such laws. So what are you going to do, LaQuisha? Are you going to go into black people's houses and white people's houses and ask for their papers too? Or are you just going to determine based on the fact that they look Hispanic? What if you have a person that doesn't look that Hispanic? How are you going to determine? Raymond Herrera, founder and national spokesperson, praised city officials for the excellent job they're doing by upholding the law. You have these illegals complaining about our laws when they all should be deported. Do you remember? If they don't like our laws, they should go back where they came from. They should stand against the corrupt Mexican government. They should move there, fight there. It is Mexican government that oppresses them, not us, said Herrera. You hear this stupid-ass idiot? Do you guys remember the class I did? The last one? I showed you guys how they were immigrants being allowed to come into Texas. So remember, Herrera, you damn illegal idiot here, okay? Because I consider you that. Who is the real illegal? They've been coming over here illegally since Texas, for God's sakes. What are you saying? Robin Hifston, a rally coordinator with the people. Now, where are you from? Your European last name. You probably haven't even been here that many generations. A rally coordinator with the people argued that race is not the issue. That police are doing is to enforce the law to prevent crimes from happening. Are they pulling over white folks, or black folks, or Asians, or Samoans, or Arabs? We are for people standing up in Mexico. The brave Mexicans in the city of Oaxaca, they had the courage to stand up to the corrupt Mexican government. Some of them lost their lives, but they did not run to this country for a better life. They are working in Mexico for a better life. Said Halverson, stand up for your country. Don't desert your friends and family and come to this country to live illegally. What kind of life of that is a person? Again, we see what I mean. What did we read yesterday? Do you see the nerve of these idiots? Oh, and by the way, YouTube apparently is offended by something I did. So now they're limiting me. They're limiting me in my uploading or whatever I can do. I don't know, man. Honestly, it blew my mind. It blew my mind. And I'm going to show it right now because I think it's ridiculous that you guys actually have the like want to come and bother me. Really? Now you're like limiting into the things that I can do. It's like, for real. Let me see if I can see it. Oh, here it goes right here. Look. Check this out. Meshiacha Chronicles. To help keep our community safe, we limit some of our more powerful features to channels who have built and maintained a positive channel history or who have provided verification. As of now, your channel doesn't have sufficient channel history. I have 2 years already. More than 2 years now. No, 2 years almost in 10 days. It has lost access to advanced features. This may have happened because your channel did not follow our community guidelines. You won't be able to do things like get higher limits for live streams, shorts and video uploads, embedded live streams, pinned comments, add external links to your video description. That says to restore access, you can build positive channel history by following the community. Hold on a second. ¿Sabes qué, güey? No, hold on. Let me see. Hold on.
That's right.
Hold on. Hold on. No. Hold on. Hold on.
Todos tienen la culpa menos tú. Mira que...
Yeah, I wanted to say that. I honestly, man, it blows my mind. It blows my mind because you have people that are on YouTube that say these things, that say what I read comes out of their mouth, showing their face, calling people monkeys. Yes. And they got like massive amount of subscribers. At the end of the public comment section, Mayor Mark Nuami said he was offended that some speakers brought the race card to the table by mentioning instances of racism, including the presence of Ku Klux Klan more than 20 years ago, which have occurred in Fontana. He said he wanted the issue to end right now. I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies of foreign and domestic. You see? Let's look at this idiot here. This piece of shit right here. This bald eagle right here. This mierda, güey. Eres mierda, cabrón. He's offended. I upheld the oath to my entire career in this city council. Every time someone comes and flashes a race card at this council and uses the history, unfortunately tainted history, of this town prior to mine or any of my colleagues' involvement, I challenge that. Well, okay, so then, how old is the Constitution, you stupid ass? You want to uphold history, but then when they bring history, it's not convenient for you, so then you don't want to deal with that history. No seas pendejo, cabrón. What do you think? We're stupid? No. And see, this is why I'm trying to show you this, family, so you can start actually waking up. You need to speak up. Study. That's how you're able to speak up. You don't get fooled by these stupid idiots. So it says here, look, the KKK, it really offends me when somebody comes to this microphone and says the KKK marched through these streets and now you, Mayor, have to take a stand against a federal law or an agreement between the San Bernardino Sheriff and immigration. Councilman Frank Scaldone assured the community that racial profiling does not occur in Fontana, and if a police officer is caught violating the law, he is immediately punished. A-hole, liar. Liar. Councilman Janice Rutherford abstained from making comments, and Councilman LaQuisha was absent. Am I surprised? Yeah, I bet you she collected money for that day. Hey, look, VTC got 1 week of suspension, bro. Psh, come on, man. Crazy, bro. Crazy stuff. But hey, you know, wobbleisms, abo, whatever, abo, wobble, you know what I mean? Reparations. You got the twins calling each other Nick this, Nick that, da. That's okay. That is totally fine. Totally fine. Totally fine. But you know, as I recall, because I do recall, I mean, I don't forget these things. You know what I'm saying? I do recall. And I remember very clearly this story here. If you guys remember this story here about these immigrants, right? These white and black folks, that these American settlers, these backwoodmen, lawless, right? These people here that want to call you an invader, an illegal alien. These people here who invaded Texas, they're not even from here. They don't even have papers. But we did you mofos a favor. And see, that's why Hold on. That's why that video I showed you guys, right? The video I showed you guys was saying about how be very careful. You know what I mean? Be very careful. What is that? The parable. What is it at? Let me see. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Shoot. Give me a minute. It's important to know these things. It's important that you understand. Because if you don't,
una gran frase.
This right here, okay? We remember the Donald Trump likes to read that stupid ass story about the snake, that the poor little snake. We picked up the snake. You know, their whole right wing dumbasses. You know, they're the ones that have the shape of a snake, right? They don't even realize that that's esoteric Satanist shit. But hey, let them play with it because that's their daddy, anyways. Your daddy's the wicked ass man. So they go this story about like the snake, and this woman picks up the snake, and all of a sudden the snake ends up biting her, right? So they're like, oh my God. That's what they say, that we're the snake. Well, I'm trying to show you that who the real snake is and who the real illegal aliens are since the beginning of time. Matter of fact, the video I'm going to show you guys clearly says that you weren't supposed to even cross the 13 colonies, you damn wicked ass people. But you didn't care. And it's our fault too because we didn't listen. But let's continue.
Sarcástica dice, hay personas que son como las palomas. Cuando están en el suelo comen de tu mano, pero cuando vuelan alto te defecan encima. Por eso, la gran moraleja es que a veces metemos las manos en el fuego por personas que solo querían ver cómo nos quemábamos.
You see what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Why in the world did we help these mofos? We should have let them burn, to be honest with you, man. Y'all should have been left alone. Our brothers should have never taught y'all how to actually, you know, like grow. Like how to actually, like, you know, plant seeds and stuff like that. Because Ward had warned our gente about you people. Yes, you people. Within a matter of days after the arrival of Mexico in 1825, Ward realized that the elimination of Stephen Austin's colony in Texas and the substitution of the British colony headed by General Arthur Webble, or the Indian Confederation led by pro-British Chief Wood, as Ward wrote, effectively eliminate all the chances of Americans obtaining control of the Gulf of the Mexico area. You see? From the beginning, Anglo-American colonization in Texas, Mexican governments, both imperial and republican, had insisted that all immigrants become Romans. Okay? And that no settler be permitted within 20 leagues of the sea. But check this out. Therefore, one of their duties was to persuade the government to enforce the loosely administered law to the American settlement in Texas and ignore it whenever it was pertaining to the British settlers. The problem with that is we didn't realize these things. We were too stupid. Plus, we had a lot of other, you know, snakes within our organization. Check this out here. Where are you at? No, it goes over here. Where are you at? Oh, imperceptibly, an anti-Texas feeling began to blossom in the national capital, affecting Victoria himself to the point where the president decided to tighten the Mexican grip on Texas and limit the number of illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, these Anglo illegal aliens. Listen, Anglo illegal aliens invading Texas, okay? In 1825 through 27. Call it for what it is. You want to say you're all about history, right? They want to say history. Well, I'm going to bring you history. We try to limit you illegals from coming. Kind of the same stuff that you're telling us. But you see how you don't know your own history. As they styled, this decision had been characterized as opening gambits in the match that had led to checkmate of Jacinto. You know, it would have been perfect at this point to do Operation White Bag. Operation White Bag. Just go into every white person's, every black person's house that's illegal here in 1825 and get rid of y'all. Would you have enjoyed that? How does that sound? Grab your kids by the hair, you know what I'm saying? Pull them by the horses, throw them in throw them in trains and shit. You know what I mean? Throw y'all, get you guys out of the hospitals like you did to our people. You know what I'm talking about? Like, did we just do that shit and then hang us on trees and shit? Yeah, we do that to you too. Like, you see what I'm saying? When you really look at this for what it is, it just, to me, man, I laugh at your stupidity. Because on one end, you want empathy, one group. On the other end, you want us to think that you're some great sin sliced bread. And both of you guys are not. You are destructive, horrible people. Because together, that's why you took Texas. Matter of fact, one thing, I don't know if you guys know this, that the first governors of Texas was 170, okay? Out of those 170, 150 were black. I want you to remember that. As we're reading these history stories about Texas, why do you think some of these black folks over here think that they're country? You see, in this channel, I speak facts. And if anybody has a problem with what I'm saying, there's a link right there. And prove me otherwise. Because I'm telling you from my end of my story, what I'm looking at, what occurred. Because these are all facts. Here clearly shows that you guys stole this land from the get-go. But when you have, and that's why I'm bringing it out, because when you have dumbass racist idiots that want to say, go back to your country, well, here, mofo, we can basically say the same shit about you. You damn, once again, Operation White Back. Because technically, they're the original wetback. I mean, you guys are from Europe. Operation Wetback, Anglo Wetbacks. Operation Anglo Wetbacks. Matter of fact, I'm going to name my next class Operation Anglo Wetbacks. The son of Robin Plummer Ward, one of the most popular British. So we'll see this. Again, I wanted to remind you because, again, look.
¿A ti te ha pasado? Una gran frase sarcástica dice, hay personas que son como las palomas. Cuando están en el suelo comen de tu mano, pero cuando vuelan alto te defecan encima. Por eso, la gran moraleja es que a veces metemos las manos en el fuego por personas que solo querían ver cómo nos quemábamos. ¿A ti te ha pasado?
Yeah. It sure as hell happened. Well, it happened to our gente. They're in jail right now. Policemen that have the last name as our people, we would assume that they would be like, nah, he's going to help them out. No, not at all. Check it out. Forget the first 220 failures to split California. This developer has a new plan to secede. Huh. Really? I'm going to give you a little history, family. You see, when you dig into people's history, you figure out where their mind is at. And these people are corrupt as hell. And they come in black and white colors. Straight hair and woolly hair too. Well, in their case, fake hair. Because LaQuisha don't have real hair. Anyways, let's go. It says here, the latest bid to break up California is the brainchild of a real estate developer in San Bernardino County. It taps into growing resistance to the state liberal governance by more than conservative residents. You see how they're isolated San Bernardino, and that's why they approved that 287 program? Again, look at the bigger picture. The man who would finally break up California is a real estate developer from Rancho Cucamonga. Jeff Burrow knows this may sound crazy. He heard that response years ago before he persuaded politicians and voters in San Bernardino County to study the possibility of seceding. This is what seceding means, family. It means to withdraw formally from membership of a federal union, meaning becoming independent from California. But leaders, Boren points out, are often considered crazy when they try to do something that no one has ever done. And he is trying to do something that others have failed at many, many, many times before. Boren has a plan to win independence from San Bernardino County. You hear that? Yes, a state of empire in diverse working class community of 2.2 million people. No, sorry. No, don't be. We're not gonna fall for that stupid ass shit no more. Okay, you're a white man, and you want this diversity shit is bullshit. You want white people or black, wealthy, and if you're Hispanic, you better assimilate to them, just like they did in Texas. You know what I'm saying? Just forget who you are. You better be white like us. Driven by civic pride. You see? Civic pride. Remember they say, I stand for the Constitution of America. Which one? The one that the Illuminatis, the Freemasons wrote for y'all? You stupid asses are barely waking up now. Driven by civic pride, white pride, in a growing region that has been locked down upon many Californians and by frustration that the state has held back from reaching its full potential. White power. His envisions successions as a declaration of county dignity and opportunity to remain a broken political system. The county government is planning to publish a key report evaluating the feasibility and financial implications of a proposal by June 11th. It's coming around. 3 more days. You see this? But here's my point. Though he can be coy sometimes about how he really wants San Bernardino County to strike it on its own, Burrung's long-shot campaign tapped into the same vein of resistance against California's liberal governance, cropping up in more conservative pockets of the state. Increasingly cropping up in more conservative pockets of the state. That includes San Bernardino County, which sued to stop Gavin Newsom's lockdown policies during the corona pandemic, which is home to one of the schools of board leading challenges to the policy of exclusive LGBTQ students in curriculum. So, they're talking about this, that, they're anti-LGBTQ. And here's what I laugh about Republicans. Because a lot of you guys are homosexuals in secret. Those are facts. Because technically, your European DNA, you guys are Romans, Greeks. That's where you come from. You glorify that history. That's yours. Well, guess what is normal about you guys? You guys practice homosexuality. So you like to project that LGBTQ is like so offensive, but in secret, you guys are boning each other. That's why they're called mayates. That doesn't just apply for black folks. It applies for any man that acts heterosexual but enjoys having sex with men. That's what a mayate means. So Republicans are a bunch of mayates, basically. Okay, because in secret, you guys really enjoy that shit. So stop lying. But anyways, that's besides the point. We're going to talk about this guy right here. San Bernardino, right? Supposedly Burns, who is a Republican, you see, and less focused on settling ideological scores than demanding respect. He contends that California has long deprived San Bernardino County, which at more than 20,000 square miles is the largest county in the contiguous United States, of its fair share of resources. But his belief that the solution is secession, that it would be easier to carve out another state than fix these inequities through the existing political process, because those in charge would never relinquish any power. It reflects just how disillusioned so many Californians have become about the extent of the problem here, or about the ability to ever fix them. He argues, people are revolting because they can't relate to the purpose of government when we were created. You mean white people? Remember when they say this, when we were created, they refer to white people. Okay? They call themselves WASP. WASP is a white Anglo-Saxon person. Okay? That's what WASP means. Right-wing acronym. Watch this. White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. That's what it means. Okay? So when you hear talks like this, people are revolting because, white people, just stop saying people. Just say white people, and the black ones that brown noses and the brown ones too, are revolting because they can't relate to the purpose of government when we were created. Like white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Comparing his efforts to the colonists rising up against the British. You see what I mean? Anyway, when the government doesn't realize it's become one of the bad actors, it's time to speak up. Why am I reading this guy? Let me show you why. Let me get to the point. Hold on. Let me show you. Look at the sellout. Voted for Trump. I hope they remember your face, punk ass motherfucker. But anyway, it's all good, man. You'll get yours. It's all good. It's all good. Check this out. Here's where I'm trying to get to. Burns moved to California to attend No, that's not it. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, check this out. Burham even came out ahead the last time he battled the government. In 2011, he was indicted for allegedly bribing county officials to approve a 102 million settlement that ended years of legal battles over flood control improvements to a property Burham wanted to develop. He was eventually acquitted in 2017 and contributed more than $100,000 to a committee to defeat the local prosecutor who led the case. 3 years later, Burham received a $65 million payout from the county. Believe that? To settle a malicious lawsuit, prosecution lawsuit. But hold on a second. It gets even better. All right? No, if you just stop there, like, you see, they try to do a Trump on him. No. Check this out. Where are you at? Give me a second. Check this out, okay? Here goes. I believe it's coming up soon. The red-headed stepchild strikes back. Naturally, the response of an entrepreneur was to take a project on. Burham wanted to dig deeper into the numbers to find out if San Bernardino County was getting what it was owed, and if not, to fight for or leave California. Putting a number of how much San Bernardino County is being undervalued, Burham figures will allow the county to demand payment from California. If the debt is so big that the state can't cover it, then that leverage to reach a different type of settlement, such as a tax-free zone or even secession. You hear this? But I wonder who is supporting this. Who is supporting this, you say? Why are you bringing him up? Why are you bringing him up? Here's why. You have to look, and you have to read, and you have to be patient. Because eventually these people will tell you who they are. Eventually you'll find out more and more how are they involved, who is behind all this, what is the purpose of protecting someone like this? To make it so feasible to where you're okay with assisting this guy. Where are you at? Give me a second. Give me a second. There it goes right here. I missed it. Okay. So check this out. Here it goes right here, family. And now the waiting game. In the meantime, Burham has largely gone quiet since his electoral triumph. Unlike the state of Jefferson, whose supporters fly the green double X flag of their movement all over far northern California, the green double X flag. You don't see visible signs of support for a state of empire as you drive around San Bernardino County. Most people seem entirely unaware of it. Check this out. Even Connie Leyva, a former state senator who wrote a joint letter to the Board of Supervisors in August 2022, opposing the ballot measures, didn't realize it had passed when reached by Cal Matters recently. She called secession a ridiculous idea for San Bernardino County, which she said does not have a big enough tax base to be self-reliant, and compared those pushing for it to a petulant child. These people are very foolish if they think that by seceding from California and becoming a state of empire, we're going to get more money. If you want more money, you need to work for it. Check this out. Barron says he understands strategy and is intentional and wants to build his movement into something deeper, a cause for the residents of San Bernardino County, and he knows he needs to make people feel this issue as an issue about them, otherwise they won't care. Though he's growing impatient with slow pace, Barham is waiting for the answers that the county study will provide to start the evangelizing again. So this man needs support. Well, lo and behold, who's coming in? Lo and behold, some San Bernardino County elected officials have enthusiastically embraced Barham's plan, including Aquanita Warren, a self-described Republican with common sense. Who serves as a mayor of Fontana, the second largest city in the county. we see a right-wing Republican. We see LaQuisha, brown-nosing. I guess they would call her a coon, right? I don't know if that's what they use for people like her. I just call it for what I see it. It's just brown-nosing. So let's find out more about this particular person. Apparently, Fontana Mayor LaQuisha finds herself under a recall court effort. February 7th, 2017. Apparently, some people didn't like her. Not a very easy person to work with, right? The Inland Empire First PAC has filed papers seeking to recall LaQuisha on Tuesday at a meeting called Kathy Ritchie served Mayor LaQuisha with recall papers on Tuesday afternoon before the city council meeting. As you will see below, she simply tossed the paperwork aside. You see this? On Tuesday at the small meeting, Kathy Ritchie served Mayor LaQuisha with the recall papers on Tuesday afternoon before the city council meeting. As you will see below, she simply tossed the paperwork aside. Oh, what a coincidence, right? I guess LaQuisha had it removed. Thank you, LaQuisha, for being so open and transparent. Since you Republicans are saying that you're not flakes. The members of the Political Action Committee in Inland Empire First are the ones who began this recall effort. The reason for the recall were spelled out on their recall signature paperwork. LaQuisha has not performed her duties as a mayor of Fontana with the best interests of her constituents in mind and continues to waste taxpayer money to try and further her own political interests and ambitions. Like it's nothing new. Black and brown, brother. Black and brown, brother. During her time in the council, the following issues have become prominent to the city. Mayor LaQuisha has received political contributions totaling $100,000 to ensure that that the desires of her special interest groups and land developers come before the needs of Fontana residents. Oh, we just read about the guy. LaQuisha has supported a reckless residential and warehouse development, which has downgraded the quality of life, money interests, decreased neighbor safety, overcrowded our schools, increased traffic, and increased air pollution of Fontana's residents. Both violent and property crimes, including arson, mailbox theft, gang-related murders, have increased in our city and neighborhood. LaQuisha has supported subsidizing nearby cities, Rialto, Colton, and Redland, with Fontana public safety programs on the backs of Fontana taxpayers, putting Fontana residents in danger, meaning limiting the money to be able to fight for these particular things. Government accountability and waste are out of control. Mayor LaQuisha regularly takes expensive trips at taxpayers' expenses, costing Fontana residents $10,000 annual with no reporting for how it benefits Fontana. Oh, trust me, it's nails in hair. It's nails in hair. That'll do it. One of my favorite moments with LaQuisha was when she was celebrating the drug-filled rave that was taking place in her city, where 2 young lives were lost. It has long been since the case of City of San Bernardino to look at the tax revenue over public safety or general health of the events. Lives have been lost, property has been damaged, and all for a few easy tax dollars. LaQuisha has taken this idea to Fontana and now using the Speedway as a way to host these events. To make matters worse, the media sources like SB Sun, Fontana Herald, and the IE Voice have turned this into a racial issue, bringing up the fact that Mayor Warren is a black female. Here we go, the race card. Oh, blackity black folks love to use this shit, man. It's so convenient. I wonder if white people can use the white card. It's because I'm white. That's because I'm white. I'm being mistreated. I think I heard it for the first time. A group called the Inland Empire First PAC has filed papers seeking to recall LaQuisha, Fontana's first female and first African with an American experience. While LaQuisha was giving good news, Sierra Club members marched outside in costumes like Smoggy the Bear, which reminded me of the way that the Klan would go marching down the street of Fontana. Oh, really? This is, can you see this now? What a beautiful thing to read. We just read from her supporters I stand for the Constitution of America, and when you're talking about KKK, I wasn't here. It's not fair. Oh, but it's okay. So when Raza brings it up, you white folks have a problem with it. But when a black person picks it up, I guess it's okay. Let's read this. While Mayor Warren was giving good news, Sierra Club members marched outside in costumes like Smoggy the Bears, which reminded me of the way the Klan would go marching down the street of Fontana not that long ago in their white sheets with hoods over their face so no one will know who they are. To the black community, the reputation of the Sierra Club has been one of elitism with a racial history of not being inclusive when it comes to our issues or having us as members. Oh, how interesting, voice Hardy Brown. Or do you not realize that this so-called black woman, that, oh my God, she suffered from racism? Do you see what she's doing to our gente? Yeah. I'll give you guys a link. You guys can look it up. Because apparently people are really offended today with my channel. There's only 5 viewers. You guys are offended. Hey, listen. Unsubscribe. Get the hell out of here. I'm not here to make y'all feel good, man. I'm here to prove a point. I'm calling spade a spade. I'm using what they do. And you see how it hurts? It hurts their ass. Tahan and Warren say they will work together effectively on Fontana City Council. This woman has been a problem since the get-go. When Mayor LaQuisha and Mayor Pro Tem Michael Tahan became involved in a major disagreement in August 11th, Fontana City Council meeting, some people were left wondering how well they would work together. I'm hoping this does not divide our council. For a second straight meeting, Warren and Tahan were involved in a prolonged discussion about the sandbag, San Bernardino County Transportation Agency. Tahan wanted to remain Fontana's representative on the sandbag board, while Warren took the unusual step of declaring that she wanted to be named the representative instead of Tahan. However, no action was taken because the other members of the city council did not support Warren's idea of replacing Tahan. You see this? So what are you going to say? They didn't let you? Is it a black thing? Or is it a white thing? When are you allowed to pull the race card with you people? Because apparently when we clearly use it, you have white folks that say, don't use it, and you shut your mouth. But when you want to use it, oh, the white man has to shut up now. Y'all are stupid too for believing that shit. We will always work together. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, here goes the link. You guys can study that yourselves. Because apparently I'm offending people. You guys don't care about your gente, man. You don't. You're trying to be some people you're not. You're trying to be white. You're trying to be black. That shit is, you're going to find out, bro. And it's going to fucking hurt you even more. Warren arranged $1.1 million severance to silence Hunt about her bribe taking. San Bernardino Sentinel. I'm going to read a little bit, and you guys can continue it. The political and legal time bomb that has been ticking Fontana since July 2019 grew closer to exploding this week when California State Auditor Elaine Howley turned her full attention to the situation surrounding the abrupt departure of Ken Hunt as Fontana City Manager 2 years ago, in the financial and administrative arrangements that were made to buy his silence. You see, typically when he quits, you don't get a severance pay. Fontana paid what the Fontana, I'm sorry, it says here, he had nearly 2.5 years left on what was then his current 5-year contract with Fontana that was paying him $350,000 in salary and another almost $100,000 in benefits for a total annual compensation of almost $500,000. Can you believe this shit? What do you do? What are you running? What are you, president? They make more than the president, I think. For the previous 8 years, just as it had been with the administrative of the city's 3 previous mayors, Hunt had a very good relationship with administration LaQuisha. With the administration of LaQuisha, but who had been a city council since 2002. Remember I brought that 2009 situation? Remember I brought the cops? She hasn't given a shit. In 2019, however, Hunt came face to face with convincing evidence of of something he had over the previous few years suspected but could not prove, which was that LaQuisha was hip deep in graft and was taking kickbacks from entities that were doing business with the city. There ensued was for Warren and Hunt a very uncomfortable June. So let's continue. So what ended up happening? Check this out. In 2018, for 12 months of service as city manager, Hunt had made almost $500,000 in total compensation. That is full pay benefits. In 2019, when Hunt had worked 6 months and 15 days as a city manager, he was paid more in total compensation, an indication he was receiving a severance despite his voluntary resignation. You see what I'm saying? If you're quitting, you don't get severance pay. It doesn't work like that. You get severance pay if you're getting fired or they're, you know what I mean? You've been there a long time and you got to go. Peppered with further question, Warren LaQuisha became testy, insisting that, you mean like she started shaking her head or moving her head like, what you mean? Insisting that it was a personal matter and that the question needed to stop. Really? What the hell? Shortly thereafter, she conceded that a deal with Hunt had been reached to allow him to leave. So he's happy, we're happy, everyone's happy. Really, LaQuisha? Check this out. The city had buried the fact that while Hunt was to remain on the payroll through January 31, 2020, the separation agreement he had finalized with the city on July 12, 2019, also called for him continuing to receive full salary and health benefits for another year beyond that, until January 31, 2021. That was to be stopped with another $312,000 in what was described as a leave settlement. But he quit. He quit. So if you quit, how are you, LaQuisha, how are you paying him money? You said, he's happy, we happy. Yeah? Why, you going to go get your nails in again? Oh, you got a good deal, huh? Family, like I say, I like to attack with history. I like to show you guys where people stand. This racial profiling is not a joke. 2014. She's been with this particular county since 2022. Our gente has not favored at all since, well, even while she's around. She's supposedly black power and black and brown. Black and brown. Nah, bro. Ain't no black and brown with that. Not at all. So check this out. You know, that whole thing about the money? Well, here's the problem. Fontana won't release records explaining the $1.1 million payout to former city mayor. Former city manager. So they're not disclosing the records. If you got nothing to hide, LaQuisha, why don't you show it? Aren't you guys Republicans? You guys are about the law, transparency? No, you're corrupt ass mofos. And your people are barely figuring it out. You see, us Hispanics, we've known since the get-go. You guys are barely waking up. Fontana seemingly violated the Brown Act when it approved a settlement agreement with former city manager Ken Hunt in 2019, and now refuses to release any records showing why elected officials paid him more than $1.1 million to leave his post 3 years early. Hunt's departure originally was framed by LaQuisha as a retirement, but the city manager employment agreement is clear that Hunt would receive no severance if he left in that manner. Hold on, I got you.
Resulta que todos tienen la culpa menos tú. Mira qué verga.
That goes for you, LaQuisha. I'm just kidding. I'm done doing it too much. So it says here, even if the city council had voted to terminate this contract without cause, his severance package required only 12 months to pay. Yet Fontana paid him for 18 months through a settlement agreement. Why? One question has lingered since. What exactly was the city settling? You're right. What was the city? So again, here we go. We see corruption We hear history of corruption with her. We're seeing currently corruption between counties, or at least the assumption of corruption. We see kickbacks. Is this somebody to trust, family? Do you really think she wouldn't be willing to say, hey, I don't like that beaner. Harass his ass. He's fucking with my program. How do we know that she's not a Freemason? We know that the higher ups have those positions in particular opportunities. She's over here believing in seceding California.
Even amid the classrooms and playgrounds of youth, there are unseen battles.
Check this out.
From anxiety.
Not long ago. This is why I commend this brother for what he's done. And yeah, you know what? You guys that watch the channel, I am aggressive. I do say shit, but you know what? It's because this pains me. It bothers me because when I listen to other channels, the shit that they say about you guys, and you guys don't say nothing. Nada, güeyes. There's younger brothers and sisters that are hoping for people to speak up and be leaders like this. You guys just sit back and want to argue about dumb shit. And I'm a homeboy, I'm this or I'm that, and hey, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that, and we're gonna come together. And it's man, for years I've been hearing the same old shit. We gotta come together, Ag. We gotta come together. Really? You can't even come together with something like this.
In when Parks was wheeling away this family's fruit cart and wheeling it over towards a dumpster near Battery Park.
Mark Rabouillet saw firsthand the struggle that ensued between a street vendor and her child and the park officers. Then a couple of minutes later,
NYPD shows up and NYPD attempts to detain this girl. Crowd starts to form around us, me included, and everyone's saying you can't do this.
the officers lets the child go, and the park officer seen in this video tries to handcuff her.
And that's when more people showed up. Someone put a foot out in front of the parks officer. He goes down onto the ground, brings the girl with him.
It all happened on Sunday at the Battery after NYPD and Parks Enforcement Patrol confiscated perishable items from this street vendor who currently doesn't have a permit or license.
You can only imagine that this child will live in a trauma for quite some time after that incident.
Mohamed Atia is the managing director of the Street Vendor Project at the Urban Justice Center. He says incidents like this happen frequently, and he puts the blame on the outdated street vendor laws and regulations created in the 70s and 80s, which make it difficult for people to get a permit.
Now the City Council has the opportunity to change that.
See what I mean? So I think this was the moment, because this was, I don't know if it was before or after. He went
seeing the chaos that is
the Dr. Phil punk, you know what I mean? The confused dude, the homo in secret. Anyways, so he goes on his show. Check this out. All right?
It's happening, and it is driven by criminals. It's driven by the cartels. When they're taking advantage to bring individuals with serious criminal records into the United States, or those that have committed crimes in the past.
You're painting refugees with a broad stroke, saying that the stats say that refugees actually commit 50% less crime than U.S.-born citizens. And we have to understand this, that this land that we're on right now is indigenous land.
I'm not.
Why did white people stay in England? They came and committed 100 million genocide. 100 million natives died. This land was inhabited for thousands of years. Native Americans, Mayans, Mexicas, for thousands of years. White people left England. Why didn't white people stay in England? And then on top of that, the U.S. war on drugs caused a huge black market with the cartel. Who's taking the drugs from white people? White people consume fentanyl, methamphetamine. White people are taking those drugs. They're demanding those drugs. The war on drugs created the black market.
Nobody is hearing anybody if you're both talking at once.
Yes.
Can I say something?
Yes, then I'll let you say what...
You said they commit 50% less crime. Yeah. You know what I shoot for? 0% crime. They shouldn't be here. If this guy, no.
Another crackety crack. They shouldn't be here. Once again, historically speaking, you have been breaking the law since the get-go. So shut your illegal immigrant ass, Anglo wetback, please get in line because you will be deported. Lord willing, he takes care of you. Let's continue.
Oh, I don't want to go into anything else. I'm telling you right now, my son would still be alive.
I know. I'm sorry
if
about
this guy wasn't in the country.
You know what? There are children that died at schools that were killed by white people. Those kids would have survived if white people would not be here. Because I could make that statement too. You see how stupid you sound? But you see, you guys are flaky flakes when we use words that you use against you. As you can see, many people are offended today with today's class. And I'm okay with that because that just shows the kind of people that are following this channel. Even like 490 something, only about maybe 10% of y'all really fucking give a shit. And that's okay because you know what? This ain't entertainment. Y'all can go ahead and watch a bunch of other channels. Well, they'll go into some little windows, 8 or 7 of them or 4, and just listen to all their little theories that they speak in their mind. Just go ahead. You can entertain yourselves with all that, bro. It just shows the kind of people that you guys really are, man. You really care about your people? Why don't you study them?
I myself
Why don't you pay attention to them and find out what's going on with them?
have experienced where I grew up in South Central LA, the low-skilled jobs and other jobs in that area that have been taken by illegal immigrants. We need the federal level to step up and start securing our borders.
You see, since 2010, this racist ass culture vulture, nails from Asia, hair from India, racist ass culture vulture, the nerve of her to tell us that we're taking your jobs. You motherfuckers don't even do the job that we do. Matter of fact, we don't even like working with y'all because whenever we actually have something to do, you guys are always complaining. What are you talking about? Shut your ass up.
And start securing our borders.
The person you heard speaking is Aquanetta Warren, the mayor of Fontana since 2010 until now. She's the one that you just heard make anti-brown, racist, anti-Latino remarks. And there's more. What does Aquanetta have to do with the Justice 8? What are the connections? Aquanetta is friends with the Victor Rowe judge that ruled against bail for the Justice 8. This is a person who has been saying Donald Trump racist type of remarks since before Donald Trump said them.
We need to protect our borders. We must safeguard against terrorists, criminals, and drug pushers. And yes, about jobs, you bet it's about jobs and taxes.
Saying all this when the whole city you work for is brown migrant families, more than 70%. You racist LaQuisha.
The state is out of money and taxpayers are tired. They should not be on the hook to pay for those who are here illegally. And you get here illegally, you need to learn how to speak English.
Edwin Enamorado was airing out a lot of Mayor Aquanetta.
You know, and I have a problem with you guys because America doesn't have a fucking language, okay? It's not English or Spanish. Matter of fact, the Constitution was written in English and in Spanish. Did you guys not know that? Africans, do you guys not know that? European Anglo, do you guys not know that? Do you guys not know that the Constitution was written in Spanish and in English? You guys are dumb.
Netta's business in Fontana. And she then raided his home on December 12th in Operation Accountability, along with San Bernardino Department, Pomona PD, Upland PD, and Victorville PD. Aquanetta hired a company called 4Leave that went on to harass street vendors violently. So basically, men come out of a truck and start roughing you up without any marked vehicle, without any identification.
So I believe, this is my theory, that we're seeing a lot of these black folks doing this shit to street vendors is because they're talking amongst themselves. And they're suggesting to do this shit to us. This is not a coincidence. So this whole thing about let's get together, why do you think jailed is the way it is? Blacks, whites, browns, you cannot be in the same unit. Because, well, at least we know that some of y'all, how can I say it without, nah, I don't want to say that because then they may deduct. Yeah, I don't want to say that. Let's continue.
Finding clothes. That's who she hired to crack down on street vendors. And she spent over $500,000 to get this done. Do you get the picture?
See?
I mean, I don't have to spell it out. That video was from 2010. So every day, your job is to work for brown people. And you're not particularly a fan of migrant families. How do you deal with that uncomfortability and that resentment? Here, in the lawsuit, Attorney General Bonta argues that the city's limited environmental review of the project and its failure to appropriately analyze, disclose, and mitigate projects' environmental impacts violates CEQA. State Attorney General Bonta sued the city of Fontana for corruption, plain and simple. Those projects were approved by Mayor Aquaneta.
Ah, LaQuisha, how did we know? LaQuisha, Warren, now we know what's going on with you. You're getting kickbacks, contracts through development, right? Like the banner team, kind of like that. Now you got different counties working for y'all because guess what? Matter of fact, family, there's a movie called, oh, you know what? Let me see, the Toro movie. No movie. It's called, hold on. Is it at what's his name? Benito del Toro. New movie. So he did this movie called Reptile. Okay? This movie here. And you know what's so funny? He's talking about corruption. Corrupt cops. Check this out. It's a trailer, so they shouldn't have an issue. You got to see it because let's just watch it. It's a different plot, but they're involved. Check this out.
Feeling. There's a case going on. It's a real nightmare. So what happened?
I walked in the front door. I called out for her. Hello? No answer.
And then what? Can I show you something strange?
Ow!
That's a bite.
It was the dentals that got Ted Bundy.
Is there anyone you can think of who might have done this?
A few nights ago, this guy showed up at my house, acting strange.
Strange in what way? Who do we like from this?
I'll go with the boyfriend.
I got the friend.
I'll take the weirdo. I'm going with the ex-husband.
Am I a suspect? Well, everyone is a suspect.
Are you gonna tell me what's going on?
You gotta think about your future. Be
can't be a cop forever. Can you keep a secret?
I'll tell you the secret. But first, I'm gonna need you to do something for me.
It's only gonna get worse now.
Not listening. Get out!
Well, I thought they would have given you some more hints, but I don't want to ruin it. I'll just kind of summarize it. You're gonna assume that it's a bunch of different people, but it's related to real estate, cops, contracts, and key people being involved at a high level. So, again, I find it very interesting because there's a lot involved here. I gave you guys some history regarding the developer. He's trying to secede California. The implementation of the 287 program that allows cops to technically act like immigration officers. The authority or the hiring of people to go and harass the vendors. The authority of sheriffs to go and harass enamorado. And then all of a sudden we see a bunch of black folks attacking our vendors. I'll give you an example, family. When we were getting into the whole Freemasonry thing, I don't know if you guys recall, but when we were listening to one of the Freemason videos, right? One of the guys, there it goes right here. Check this out. I think it's this one.
The Divine Nine is something new to you. It's not
listen.
new to us. So we have a lot of people we know involved in those things, right? We know of them, but they don't even know that it's tied to Freemasonry. A lot of them don't. But I guarantee you my grandmother was ignorant.
He petitioned the
Divine Nine is something new to you. It's not new to us. So we have a lot of people we know involved in those things, right? We know of them, but they don't even know that it's tied to Freemasonry. A lot of them don't. But I guarantee you my grandmother was ignorant.
I don't have the video exactly, but he was saying that almost every black person has some kind of connection to Freemasonry. And he said that almost every black person understood what that meant because supposedly through segregation, they were forced to, only hang out with themselves, right? So because of these Freemason group lodges, they would create what they call barbecues. You know those movies that they make where they say, oh, family's coming over and like they drive to a barbecue area? Well, that's what they were insinuating. That they understood that in secret, they had access to that. And you see, we didn't know any of that. We didn't know that that's the kind of communication they had going on. Well, don't you find it ironic that it's happening now more than ever?
Because Edin Enamorado mentioned this. He went to the city council where Mayor Aquanetta was holding city council meetings, and he brought up all kinds of lawsuits and citizen concerns with Mayor Aquanetta and brought up this corruption case and just aired out a lot right before the Justice 8 were arrested. I don't have to spell it out. It is what it is. The sad part to all this is that brown people have to pay for her crimes. By bypassing these environmental impacts, she harms the health of those residents, those brown residents. Because these developers, their projects were not approved or tested for pollution, noise pollution, air pollution, water pollution, traffic pollution.
Which is the case that I showed you that the guy won $65 million from the city. Guess who was involved? LaQuisha.
Nothing. Because she was approving them. And she was motivated by something to do that. How do developers convince
Oh, I bet you it was P. Diddy, man.
Mayor Aquanetta to waive the environmental impact reviews on their $1 million profits projects? What incentive could they have given her? Her nickname is Warehouse Warren, by the way, because of how many warehouses she has opened up in her term. And the sad part is brown people have to pay for her crimes.
Each of the Justice 8 are facing about 14 felonies each.
Oh, it speaks for itself. This is the Fontana's black mayor is cracking down on Latino street vendors. Is it racist or just good business? She says. At meetings after meeting, activist social justice groups and residents took their turn at the lectern in the Fontana city chambers in its sound off against the mayor, LaQuisha. Their denunciation of the city's first black mayor were relentless, and their anger resonated beyond the city council. For months, LaQuisha has been driving force behind a crackdown on street vendors selling goods without proper permits. Under a series of regulations approved by the city council, unlicensed sellers could be arrested and misdemeanor charges. Their food and equipment now fair game to impound and trash. It's time to take a stand, said LaQuisha. We tried everything we could to help people get legal. It's time to grab a couple of hammers. It's fascist, classist, racist, xenophobic, and grave injustice. Because of your votes, people will be traveling to poverty, debt, trauma, and deportation. In months since, activists have continued to ramp up their campaign against LaQuisha, a Republican who has been open in her concern about illegal beaners. Their verbal attacks, some laced with profanity, some racial overtone. Really? Some racial overtone? Like what kind? What do you mean? Because he's black? So see, there it goes again. You see this family? Here goes the blackity black thing again. And even as critics accuse the city leaders of an ethically motivated crackdown on working class Latinos, Warren's defenders say the backlash itself is a racist in nature, a move to undermine a clear-eyed leader because she is black. She's a black woman. Are you fucking serious? I have followed this anti-black behavior brought in by this immigrant group since it surfaced back in October. You see this shit right here? This punk ass right here? Another LaQuisha's husband? A longtime activist in San Bernardino black community said during a December council meeting, they have called us everything but a child of God and usually racist stereotype language I choose not to repeat. Well, you guys are not children of God. Have you ever called us children of God? Have you ever called us children of God? You want us to call you children of God, but have you ever called us children? Matter of fact, you know who called me a beaner for the first time? It was a black kid. Black kid called me a beaner for the first time in America. So shut your ass up. Try to make it seem like you guys aren't. Please, by all means. That whole empathy is out the door in this classroom. We don't believe that shit no more. We know for a fact that you guys were involved in this whole coming to this town, making sure that you took full advantage of it, which is why your spirit is coming about. And this is why I'm showing people. Your spirit
at Three Small Business and
to its natural senses. You're basically coming to its natural senses. You guys were racist since the beginning. You guys helped the white man, take this land. You guys brought smallpox. So you're just basically manifesting yourselves all over again. That's what I'm trying to show my people. To be mindful of you guys. We're not the same. We will never be the same. And I'm going to tell you this right now. You will never rule again. Get that through that wool.
We're talking about are human beings just like you.
This is our community, and you just don't dump anything on us and expect us to accept it.
And I want to say something to you all. Stop depending on the politicians and stop voting for the same people getting the same results.
All right, so then in this one right here, we already know the situation with immigrants that's happening in what you would call sanctuary cities, people who voted this mess.
And I support our mayor. He is our...
So you see what I'm saying? So check this out. You see,
today we welcome.
This is what I'm talking about, family. Okay, so this guy's name, David Pacman. He invites this white man who thinks he's African, quote unquote, and he's a Republican. And I'm going to show you why. So he invites this guy over to talk about because he's running for something. Okay, so let's kind of listen in real quick, and then I'm gonna speed it up. I'm telling you, family, they use this shit in any way possible. You guys are weak ass people, man. You honestly, to be quite frank with you, I'm not impressed. That's why I tell you, brothers, man, study your history. Spiritually, it'll strengthen you. And intellectually, you'll grow. In spirit, it'll strengthen your mind. And you'll start seeing through the bullshit. Right through. And no matter what nationality they look like, you'll see right through it. And you'll call it for what it is. And you won't be embarrassed about it. Because that's the problem with people. You want to say, don't be politically correct. But then you want people to be politically correct. Because check this out. Let's experience what we have seen for quite some time. That's why I called out the Willie Lynch letter. It's a lie. That's why I called out Swarte Pete. It's a lie. That's why I said 1619 never happened. It's a lie. That's why I said transatlantic slave trade wasn't pertaining to them. It was a lie. But guess what? When I say that, they say, where are you getting this information from? So then I say, if you think I'm wrong, hit the fucking link. It's right here. Hit the link and tell me that I'm wrong. Show me where I'm wrong. No, that's not the link. Which one is it? Well, here. Tell me that I'm wrong. Show me that I'm wrong. But anyways, let's continue.
To the program, Royce White. Royce is a Republican running for the U.S. Senate seat. Actually, Amy Klobuchar's seat, interestingly enough. Royce has been endorsed by Steve Bannon and Alex Jones in the Minnesota.
So pause right there for a moment, family. Does this person look like a so-called African? I'm just asking. I'm asking. Yeah, our people don't realize how racist all the damn nations are. They don't realize it. So this right here, this example right here. Does this guy look like he's African? I mean, somebody just yes, no. I'm gonna wait for an answer. Just please. Does he look like he's an African? No, he looks like a fucking white guy. Okay, he does not look like an African. Okay, he looks like a gringo. So think about this for a moment. When the Spaniards came in 1492, and you saw him, you would think he is maybe white. He don't look like us. That's what I'm trying to show y'all. Swarte, light skin and dark skin, straight hair, woolly, nappy, all of it came. Let's go.
The Republican Party also hosts the Please Call Me Crazy podcast, available on YouTube. Royce, if I understand correctly, in 2020, you wrote in Tulsi Gabbard, but you're behind Trump currently. Is that right?
That is correct.
So listen, you came to my attention in a clip I talked about the other day where you said one of the issues you find right now is that women have become, quote, too mouthy. Tell me about that. How did you come to believe that?
So I don't want to go into the whole interview because it's kind of going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They spatter with each other. So let me kind of give you a little bit, and then I'm going to show you at the end what he actually goes to, what he resorts to, what they all resort to.
Fine. The mainstream media is trying to depict or paint a picture of a rising, let's say, misogynist America First movement based on my one soundbite. But then you turn around and say, well, you can't talk about all feminist ideology based on Ana Navarro. What are we talking about? I'm not.
No,
first of all, I'm not doing that.
Just to kind of really bring you up to speed. He asked for an example. He mentioned Ana Navarro. He's like, is that the only example? Because it's not the best one because she was joking. But then he's like, well, I didn't say that. He's like, yes, you did. So anyways, let's continue. Now he's getting more agitated.
It's not a different question. It's not a different question at all. It certainly does, because there are fundamental rights of being an American citizen, one of which has always been the presumption of innocence. Number one. So there is complete merit to bring it into question when we talk about American citizenship.
Royce, you understand that when police investigate crimes, they investigate crimes, but that doesn't take away the presumption of innocence in a court of law. Like, this is basic legal stuff, Royce.
No. It takes away the presumption of innocence in the court of public opinion.
But this is crazy.
It takes away the presumption of innocence in the court of public opinion, which now in today's world can be just as dangerous as the opinion in the court of law.
Oh, hold on a second. This is interesting because watch what he's going to say right now.
And even for
false rape claims are 0.02% of all sexual assault claims.
According to you.
According to crime reporting from police departments all over the country.
According to you and
the police departments.
According to you, then why don't they bring more claims?
Who?
Why don't more make it to the courtroom?
What claims?
Because they lack evidence. The reason why police departments say, first of all, again, you're trying to sidetrack me and you keep interrupting me. You brought me on your show.
You created this sidetrack.
You brought me on your show. You brought me on your show.
And we're not
asked me about a question about women. I'm answering a question about feminists and the feminist movement.
Hold on, Royce. The
point is when you assume that all women are
He's getting emotional, but let's go.
Are telling the truth, or that we should believe all women on face value. By default,
I don't know anyone who has said that.
The whole movement of the whole Me Too movement was based on this idea that believe all women.
That's your assertion. I don't believe that to be true.
Oh, okay. Well, you let your viewers decide then. Let's go to the next question.
Trust but verify is the view that I've always had.
Believe all women was the commercial, widespread commercial. Believe all women was the widespread commercial and
you brought it up out of nowhere. Let me ask about a couple of
across American culture and across political culture. That is, in my opinion, more than a valid reason to be able to say, hey, women are getting out of control. And I do think radical feminists are getting out of control. I should have been more specific. But
I get the point that
humorous.
You think women are out of control. I got it.
No. I said radical feminists are out of control. Be clear. And they are. That's why they're bringing their children to drag stripper shows.
Let me ask about a couple of things.
Do you think that's okay? Do you think it's okay to sexualize children at drag stripper shows?
I don't think the children are being sexualized if they go to a drag show. No, I just don't think that that's the sexualization.
You don't think
of
that you don't.
Quick, the reason they're talking about drag shows strippers is because he asked him, hey, you went to a strip joint, or at least it was reported that you used money to go to a strip joint. And he's like, well, I mean, yeah, but it was for food. So he's like, well, did you order it? He's like, I mean, it was for food. He's like, well, did you order it, or did somebody that was with you order it? So he's like, so apparently when someone goes to the strip joint, you don't think they have food at the strip joint? I'm going to tell you something, man. When I was young, I used to go to them, not often, but I knew for a fact never to fucking eat there. What are you doing eating at the strip joint, bro? Food, for real? Girl shaking her ass, butt all smelly and everything, bro. The whole room, if they don't perfume that shit, smells and stinks. And you are saying that you went to a strip joint to have food. Republicans.
I think children are being, would it be okay for me as a grown adult male to take underage kids to a regular strip club?
I don't think they're allowed, no.
So why are they allowed to do it? But why aren't they allowed?
Royce.
Trying to get to the point.
Royce, you brought
but you have an opinion about it.
I'm going to have to mute you, Royce. I'm going to have to mute you.
Okay.
You're bringing up topics and then telling me I brought them up. This isn't a way to be interviewed as a serious
I didn't say
person.
that. I didn't say you brought it up. I said you had an opinion about it.
You told me I brought up believe all women.
Brought it up. I'm going to bring up every topic I want to bring up.
Oh, so
you white liberals are not going to tell you. Yeah, I brought up the feminist movement and I brought up the drag stripper shows as an example.
Hey, here goes right here. He said, you white liberals. Watch this. I'm telling you, when shit don't work, when they find out how small your brain is, then you use the race card.
Continue the interview.
Well, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
You brought up strip clubs. It was recently revealed you spent campaign donations at a strip club. Is that true?
That's not true.
Okay. It's been sourced very well by the Daily Beast. Where did they get this information?
The Daily Beast, first of all, the Daily Beast is not a good source. That's number one. But number two, it wasn't well sourced even in that article at all. It was a reference to a campaign filing.
Yes. And who was that?
Well, there were a number of people. So you have time for me to go through a list? Fooling.
So the people who prepared the reports.
I answered the question.
I'm trying to understand it, Royce. The people who prepared the reports.
The answer is no.
Their claim is.
No, they didn't say that I spent drag strip shows, but that there is food at the strip club. So to say it was spent on strippers is not based on factual evidence.
I didn't say that.
Especially not from the Daily. You did.
I said strip club, not strippers.
No, well, okay. Well,
which
that's
is the same
what's
thing you're
implied
saying,
by the Daily Beast.
It's the same thing you're saying, right? So we agree.
But that's what's been implied by the Daily Beast and other people as well.
A strip club by well, it's because you're so obviously lying.
Oh, okay. I'm so obviously lying.
Yeah, just tell me the truth. So, did a staffer spend money on food at a strip club?
You white liberals have a lot of nerve.
You see that? You see this? You people. Oh, but let someone like this dude say that to him. Let someone like that guy say that to him. You see, they don't know what to do with someone like me, right? Because if I was a white dude talking like this, you know damn well they would call me a racist. But since they don't know what the fuck to do with me, they don't know where to put me. But this is interesting. You see what I'm saying, family? Stop falling for the game. These are not your gente. Stop walking into these damn BHI rooms thinking that we're the same people. We're not. We migrated different. We have a different DNA. We have a different spirit. We have different customs. Nothing about us is the same. Stop believing the hype. You're very good at pushing people like this guy out. But yet when they bring you real history that people like Kim showed up in 1492, then you want to bend over.
Bro, you white liberals,
Rose,
you white liberals hate when black men vote Republican. You hate when black men say.
So now he's a white liberal, even though he's their same color. I mean, they could basically be related cousins. Now he's black and now he's white. What have you people come to?
That they like being American citizens. You hate when black men say that we want to have a border. You hate when black men say stop sending our money to the Ukraine, and you go to the WWE politics to try and defend your latent racism. That's what it is.
Hold on a second, Royce. Aren't you against identity politics?
Absolutely.
So what are you talking about white liberals for, especially when
what do you
I'm
mean?
a Hispanic Jewish immigrant from Argentina?
Yeah, right, but you have a white liberal ideology. That's what's funny about it.
So now it's a white liberal ideology. Once again, I'm trying to prove a point. In case you guys don't know, they're constantly throwing jabs at you left and right. The nerve of them to come to this continent, then at the nerve of them to say that they had nothing to do with the complete destruction of our gente, and then the nerve of them to sit here and say they're the original people now. Listen to these idiots talk. By the way, Raza cured this man right here from Panama. I know he looks African, but Raza cured him. And now you guys want to make him seem like he knew it all. No, this mofo learned from us. Idiots.
The old Mexicans, right? The original Mexicans, right? The old Mexicans.
Because the original Mexicans. You mean like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What are you trying to say? The original Mexicans were Africans? That's what I'm saying, family. Listen, this goes into politics, history. It goes into scripture. It goes into the whole aspect of who you are. They know that you are something special. And as long as they keep you in that dumb state of mind, they will always be here. Wake the F up.
Right. Talk about them in terms of your relationship to that, because you said Mexico was so critical, and everybody always talk about the Mexican and immigration. Y'all think it's something that is not what we think it is, but there's something more sinister going on about why they don't like Mexicans and why they don't want Mexicans here, or why they're trying to have this border discussion, and it's something always deeper. And every time you listen to somebody like Brother Sabi or talk about Brother Professor Ivan Van Sertima, we get reminded that there's something about our ancestors that we don't really know, and we
see our ancestors. So now he's Mexican. Yeah, I know you love that shit.
And they're closer to us than we can probably even fathom. So talk about that to the degree of Mexico and its significance and the Olmec, Toltec and Zapotec.
The Olmec society was a highly ethical society. It wasn't a society like Egypt. Egypt was a compounded society.
Egypt was a compounded society full of magic, full of mystery, full of wickedness, full of sodomy. And I know that burns your spirit, but that's who you guys are. Know this for a fact. This man's going to say, he's not going to agree with what the other guy's saying. He's going to say, the people of today, I know you're trying to insinuate, but he's going to bring it to today. The people of today. You, mi gente, mis queridos hermanos y hermanas. Let's go.
It was a society that was built with Greeks, Persians, and Italians. Egypt was not like Mexico. Mexico was thoroughbred. This is why today the descendant of the Mexican has a level of integrity that nobody on the planet has exhibited.
Whoa. So this guy's saying, us Mexicans, he's like, no. Nah, he's not talking about you, African man. Talking about us.
Has a level of integrity that nobody on the planet has exhibited. Not even the Egyptian in Egypt today exhibit that level of integrity. These people didn't eat corn. They didn't eat wheat, the Egyptian did. They didn't eat cows. They didn't eat hogs, the Egyptian did. The Mexican ate what they call teocinte. When I get home with Marina tomorrow, the ladies right now in Honduras is making some tamales out of teocinte. When I go to Mexico now, I always face people that is going to share a level of integrity and morality that you never found in Egypt today nor yesterday. And don't talk about the pyramids, because the pyramids in Mexico, you could put the Egyptian inside of them 4 times.
Yeah, 4 times. Right.
You understand?
Oh, yeah, very much so.
But the Mexican people are so humble that you would never get that from them.
So we're about to finish, family. Let me show you something real quick. I think it was I think it's loud and clear what we stand on and what we're up against. But to keep moving forward, let's go.
Thousands joined a rally in Mexico City with President López Obrador to mark 85 years since the expropriation of Mexico's oil resources from foreign corporations.
México es un país independiente y libre, no una colonia ni un protectorado de Estados Unidos, y que podrán amenazarnos con cometer cualquier atropello, pero jamás, jamás permitiremos que violen nuestra soberanía y pisoteen la dignidad de nuestra patria. Cooperación, sí. Sometimiento, no. Intervencionismo, no. ¡Viva la expropiación petrolera! ¡Vivan los trabajadores y técnicos de antes y de ahora de la industria petrolera nacional! ¡Viva México! ¡Viva México! ¡Viva México!
Tuvo que revelar tremendo video. Estados Unidos se le terminó el saqueo y el negocio en México. Escúchelo por usted mismo.
Pendiente de la información, a ver.
En pleno corazón del paraíso natural y arqueológico de la Riviera Maya, la empresa Calica, hoy Sactún, explotó por 36 años y devastó 1.200 hectáreas de selva, ríos subterráneos, cenotes y manglares para extraer roca caliza y exportarla a Estados Unidos, provocando un desastre ambiental que destruyó la selva y contaminó agua y suelo en la región. Desde el aire se puede apreciar la dimensión del daño causado. Debajo del agua extrajeron roca, la cual trituraban para exportar piedra, arena y grava por barco. Esa agua provenía de los cenotes destruidos, del desvío de ríos subterráneos y la retención ilegal de agua que alteró las corrientes, lo que trastocó todo el ecosistema. La actividad minera acabó con la diversidad del lugar, afectando 942 especies, 529 de fauna y 413 de flora natural, incluidas especies en peligro de extinción. Por varias décadas, la empresa Sactún realizó voladuras para romper el suelo kárstico hasta 11 metros por debajo del nivel freático. El uso continuo de explosivos contaminó el agua con nitratos y otras sustancias que se filtraron al manto freático más allá de los predios de la empresa. Otra actividad ilegal de la empresa fue la retención del agua subterránea en 4.24 kilómetros cuadrados, más de 40 millones de metros cúbicos, cuando la concesión a la empresa fue por apenas 1.7 millones de metros cúbicos, es decir, que utilizó 20 veces más el volumen que tenía autorizado. Esto provocó el colapso de cavernas, así como hundimientos en la zona, incluida la carretera 307. De esta manera, la empresa Calica, subsidiaria del grupo estadounidense Legacy Vulcan, explotó roca caliza desde 1986, violando las normas ambientales y los permisos otorgados por las autoridades. No ha realizado obras de remediación ambiental en la zona, a pesar de los evidentes daños provocados a la naturaleza. Durante 3 décadas, la empresa Calica exportó cada semana 3.500 toneladas de roca caliza por barco, la mayor parte hacia Estados Unidos, algo así como 5.460.000 toneladas de piedra. Por su alcance, su dimensión y porque el daño es irreversible, la mina de Calica representa el mayor desastre ecológico causado por una empresa en la península de Yucatán y sobre todo en la Riviera Maya. En 2017 y 2018, tras una inspección, la Profepa determinó que la empresa Calica había hecho un aprovechamiento de roca caliza en superficie y temporalidad mayor al autorizado, por lo que se le impuso una clausura y sanciones administrativas. En respuesta, Legacy Vulcan, apelando a las normas del Tratado de Libre Comercio de América del Norte, presentó una demanda contra el Estado mexicano, con una reclama por compensación de más de $1.500 millones. Comprometido con la protección de un medio ambiente sano para todas y todos, el gobierno de México se mantiene firme en su posición de priorizar el interés público por encima del privado. No más devastación y saqueos.
It's kind of long, but I wanted you to see it. And here's the facts. America, white America, specifically white America, Anglo, the racist ones, right? In case you guys don't know, since 1986, every single cement, that has been laid on this floor, here in this land, is from Mexico, cabrones. Most of it robbed, illegally imported, because you're always good at breaking contracts. The nerve of you to sit here and think and now complain because shit is expensive. Now you're complaining inflation. Now you're understanding what inflation is. It's like that columpio thing. When other people suffer, your shit is cheaper. The less they suffer, the more expensive it gets for you. But you see, you guys don't like to work, or you want to say that you want to be independent. You don't like socialism, but you sure as hell love Social Security. You sure as hell love Medicare. You sure as hell love the employers to give you guys days off. You sure as hell love paid holidays. That's socialism, you dumbasses. But no. So here.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.